We are recording as of now. So welcome again to the Gold Grinders Teen Summit. Everyone who registered as an attendee, I have sent you an event packet. So you've got everyone's bios. And this is Miss Aliyah Kemet. Thank you so much for saying yes to us again. We really appreciate you. So
Yes, we
I'm going
do.
to turn it over to you. If you have, I don't know if you're sharing slides or not, but you have the ability to share if you need to.
Yeah.
The floor is
With,
yours.
thank you. With just the 15 minutes, I said I'm not going to do any slides. We're just going to have a discussion. Okay. How many students do I have here? I'm trying to see. Okay. I want you guys to drop in the chat yes or no. If you are on, if you have any social media, if you're on any social media platforms. No, if you're not on any social media platforms. And then I want you to put which social media platform, what is your favorite social media platform? Drop it in the chat. Someone says they only use YouTube, TikTok. I knew we were gonna have TikTok. We got a lot of TikToks. YouTube, TikTok, YouTube, TikTok. Yes, yes. Okay, awesome. Snapchat, yep. And okay, so now I'm gonna ask you, does anyone know that she's older, so you may not know. If you know Tabitha Brown from TikTok, then put yes. I want to understand what students, or no if you don't know who Tabitha Brown is. Got some no's, got some yeses, got some no's, got some no's. Okay. So my name is Aliyah Kemet, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I do. And the reason why I started asking you guys, yeah, someone says their mom knows her. I asked you about social media is because social media is something that I work with a lot at my job. So I am a vice president of creative and digital marketing for McCormick and Company, so the spice brand. If you think about McCormick, Frank's Red Hot, Lowry's Seasoning, French's Mustard. These are all brands of ours. Cholula Hot Sauce. And what I do is I help to promote and to advertise or market those products so that you will buy them and flavor your food, or your mother or father would buy them and flavor your food. And we do that in many different ways. So I make TV commercials. I do social media programs or activities, what is called public relations, social media or digital advertising. I lead the team that is responsible for our YouTube channels, our social media channels, our websites, and the teams that are responsible for creating all of the creative. So ads, gifts, any kind of advertising that you might that we might put out from our company. And I've been doing that with McCormick for almost 5 years. And before that, I did that for IKEA, where, IKEA, the furniture company, for about 14 years. So I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what I do. Now, when I started doing this, I've been doing this for over almost 25 years. So when I started working, I wasn't a vice president, right? I started working, I had different types, I was maybe somebody who was just responsible for promoting an event or doing some creative or making a TV or helping to manage the making of a TV commercial, but not responsible for the whole department and 60 people in my department. So I really like my job, and I want to tell you guys a little bit about how I got to do this type of work and where I started out. I first of all, I started working really young. These days, people don't really start working when they're 14 years old. So, but I did. I started working when I was 14 years old in retail. And then I went on to, when I graduated from high school, I went to Howard University and I majored in communications, although people usually in marketing major in marketing. So you have a couple of ways in: marketing or communications, or I think now they even have digital marketing majors, but at the time they didn't have those. When I was in college, there was no all of this digital marketing. It was all just coming on board. We had email and Facebook was kind of just coming out towards the end. But when I was in my career is when all of this change started to happen with digital. And so I had to learn it while it was kind of coming to life in the world. So I went to Howard University. I majored in communications. And my first job, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about what I think is most important to start thinking about now, even when you're in high school. So people always talk about starting to think about where you're going to go to college, and that is super important. So you should think about where you're going to go to college, what you're interested in. But what I think is equally as important is to think about the type of work experience and activities or experience you're going to get while you're in high school and while you're in college. So these days, if you're interested in something like digital marketing or social media, you don't have to wait. You can start doing it now. With your parents' permission, you could build a YouTube channel. There are young people your age who have built YouTube channels that have millions of followers, right? Or you could start learning how to do graphic art or motion graphics. You can teach yourself these things. And all of these things are things you can put on your college application that make you even more well-rounded for an opportunity in like digital marketing or a creative field. And then thinking about experience. So there's so many different things you could do to volunteer now. I would say most of you are probably more savvy and better at like creating social posts than me or any of my friends. My 10-year-old daughter, sometimes I need to do a post and she grabs my phone and she starts doing it for me because you guys are so digitally native. So what I would say is if this is a space you're interested in, you can start volunteering now. You can start volunteering at your church or a community program that you're in or your mosque or any type of organization that you're affiliated with to take pictures or to make posts for social media or to help promote that organization in some way or another. So start thinking about the types of things you can do in high school. There are oftentimes clubs, and all the time those clubs will need somebody who's going to be responsible for the promotion or the social media. All of these things are things that you should be doing now to think about building your portfolio, building your resume. And then when you go to college, even before you get to college, you want to start thinking about what type of internships you're going to have. So this is important to think of now, as young as you all are, and later, is how do you use your summer? You know, summer, you want summer to be like a break, right? Summer should be relaxing. You want to go to the pool, you want to hang out. But really, summer needs to be about more than that. Summer needs to be about how am I going to get how am I going to add things to my resume that are going to help me later in life? So one of the things I did every summer was have an opportunity, whether it was in high school and I was doing summer programs or learning something new, to when I was in college and I was doing summer internships. So I'll tell you real quickly because I want to leave a little bit of time for questions to see if there are any questions. One of the things that I used to do, one of the great opportunities I had when I was in college was I interned with Nike. Anybody have Nikes? Y'all know anything about Nike? So when I was in college, I had a job with Nike. And how did I get that job? I got that job because I was ready. Because when Nike came to the campus of Howard University and they were looking for people, I put together an entire presentation as to why I was the best person to be the Nike representative to Howard University. And that turned into another really amazing opportunity. It was cool. Do you know that they would take all of us, it was 20 people across the country, to Nike's main campus every single summer, not only teach us about marketing, but also buy us all kind of stuff. Like we got to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on Nike shoes and jackets and all kind of things. And this was this really cool opportunity that I got, but I also got to learn about marketing. The other thing that that this led to was the opportunity to be the Nike intern to the WNBA. Any of you familiar with the WNBA? So the Women's National Basketball Association. So when that started, it started in 1996. And I was one of the first interns that summer, and I interned with the Houston Comets in Houston, Texas. So I learned all about how to fill the stadium, how to get young people interested in coming to WNBA games. And it was a really cool opportunity. So by the time I graduated from Howard University, I had already worked for Nike. I had already worked for the Women's National Basketball Association. And these opportunities came up for me because I had already had experience working or doing programs outside of school, and had built my resume at a very young age. So it's never too early for you all to start building that resume. So that's a little bit about me, a little bit about what I do, where I went to school, and some tips, I think, on how you all can start thinking about your future and your resumes. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? There's got to be like one. I think I see
I
somebody.
have a question. Do the kids have a
Yes.
question? Let me look. Okay. So you talked about Tabitha Brown. Can you talk about the process of how you, um, I guess, decided you wanted to recruit her to be a part of the McCormick family?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I did want to come back to that. So I asked you all about Tabitha Brown because I actually learned about Tabitha Brown from my daughter, who was really big on TikTok. So my daughter was already into TikTok. And at the beginning of the pandemic, Tabitha Brown was really kind of blowing up on TikTok, right? She went from having a few followers on TikTok to millions, and now she has over 10 million followers across all her platforms. And we saw this beautiful Black woman who was talking about food and flavor and all the things that my company stands for, but she was also talking about inspiring people to go after your dreams and to not be sad. And how do you motivate yourself in the morning? And it was at a time where we thought, wow, this is an amazing person. And we identified her as someone who would be really good for talking about the message of McCormick, which is, we like to say, no matter what you're cooking, no matter what you're making, if you use McCormick, you know it's going to be great. And one of the things that Tabitha Brown says is, she always says, that's your business. That's one of her taglines. If you know Tabitha Brown, she says, that's your business. And what she means by that is, put your own spin on it, do it your way. So we reached, I know I love her too, Dara. So we reached out to Tabitha, and we said, let's work with her. And we couldn't just make a product with her out of nowhere, because it actually takes 2 years to make a new spice. And I made the spice with my team in 6 months. But we said, let's do a Facebook Live with Tabitha Brown. So we did a Facebook Live with her. And that Facebook Live event was the most successful Facebook Live event that McCormick had ever seen. And so we said, we have something here. People are really interested in what she has to say. And she's a really good spokesperson for the McCormick brand. And so then we decided to partner more with her. And we knew that she had talked about having a dream of having her own spice and seasoning line. Well, we're a spice and seasoning company. So we thought this is something that we could probably do together. And I was able to work within the company to make this happen. And the product sold out that we produced. It was the Sunshine Seasoning. It's the McCormick Sunshine Seasoning by Tabitha Brown. And it's like got all of these kind of Caribbean notes in it. And it's really a wonderful all-purpose seasoning. And it sold out online in 39 minutes. And everybody started talking about it. So we are bringing it back. I see people in the chat are saying they missed out, bring it back. And we'll have the product back in a couple of months. But that's kind of how that product came to be. And I had to really work within the company to figure out how can we expedite this process, because the thing about social media is you got to do something when it's happening, when it's hot, right? When there's a moment in culture. We couldn't wait 2 years to launch this product with Tabitha Brown. We needed to do it when everybody was talking about Tabitha Brown. And while I also think while we were in this unique moment of the pandemic where people were looking for a little bit of sunshine in their life. And that's what we think we provided.
That's so awesome.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
I'm so happy for you, Aaliyah. I remember when you were formulating this idea to get Tabitha Brown. So I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad to hear that it's coming back because I missed out. I want to get the sunshine. Not that I even know how to do it, but I just want it because I've been seeing everybody on TikTok making their sunshine videos of using the seasoning and different foods, and I want to try it.
And you know what, Dr. Ross, that's a good point. That's something we couldn't have planned for. We knew it was going to be exciting, but to see that many people, and I think it speaks to also the power of the Black dollar and Black women in particular to lead and move culture. The amount of people who made their own videos talking about how much they loved the sunshine seasoning, it's like free advertisement, right?
Yes.
We didn't pay all these people. They're singing, they're dancing, they're making their dishes and showing their dishes. It's really, really powerful for the brand. So that is, again, we talked about content creation a little bit. Content creation and learning to be content creators. If this is a field you're interested in, these are things you can do now. You can self-teach yourself a lot of this, social media and content creation. So, definitely don't stop. I see there's a question in the chat. I have a question. When you were working with Nike, was it always fun, or did working with them have cons? You know what's hard is when you're a young person, and I was the only Black person in this program. So obviously I was the representative at Howard, but when I would go to meet with all of the other interns or all of the other campus reps from different colleges across the country, and we would go to the Nike headquarters, it was just me in terms of being the only. I say you have to get comfortable with yourself, because sometimes you might be one of a few, or the only one. And that was hard for me, at the time. And I had to learn to become comfortable with myself and understand that I was supposed to be there, right? I was supposed to be in that space, and I had a whole lot to offer. So I just think that that was something that was hard for me. Also managing the expectations that Nike had with my class schedule, and with, when you have a job or an internship, you still are in school. So you have to think about how do you manage all of that. And that can be, someone said, how did you manage college and work? Did it affect you in any way? It just, I had to really get tighter and stronger about time management. I don't like to wake up early in the morning. And so I'm still not a morning person, but I had to work on pushing and forcing myself, sometimes make choices not to go out and hang out because I had, these other things I had to get done. All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you all
okay.
so much for having
Wait,
me.
I have another question.
Okay,
We have a few more minutes. Can
Yeah.
you walk us through the process of when you formulate an idea and you decide on a campaign, and how you decide what channels you want to use or what type of campaign you want to do? How do you formulate that process?
Well, that's a really long answer. That's probably a 30-minute little bit of workshop, but what I will give you is one piece of it that I think is critical always, which is I make sure every campaign we do is grounded in an insight or a human truth. Think about it as an insight, and I like that to be somehow related to culture or how normal people live every day. So if you think about, you know what, I'll give you one that I just saw from a different brand. I just saw this McDonald's ad. It's so good. And it's about how people don't like when people steal their fries, right? You hate when someone is like stealing your fries. You know, you get your fries, those are your fries. And like even when my kids, when they get their fries and they're like, Mom, why don't you just buy your own fries? So like, why do you have to take my fries? We can all relate to this, right? We can all relate to someone taking our fries and being like, why don't you just get your own fries? Why do you need my fries? Well, McDonald's made this ad, and look it up. I'll try to find it and send it to you so you can send it to everybody. I just saw it yesterday, and it just made me smile like on the inside, because it's all about how they did this little spoof where there's these two guys and they're eating together, and the friend always steals the friend's fries and he hates it. But because of the pandemic, like nobody's stealing your fries anymore. One, you're not going out. You're not, maybe you're getting fries, but are you sharing fries because of, right? So they made this whole and it was a musical where he starts daydreaming and singing about how he misses his friend stealing his fries. And they show all of these like old experiences of the fries stealing. It's funny. And then at the end of it, they're like back together having a meal together, and the friend steals his fries. And he's like, man, he says something like, this is nice, and it's silly.
Yeah.
But it's like a warm feeling, because at the same time, we can all relate to it. That is an insight. That is a human truth. And sometimes, and the best campaigns and ads are the ones that are founded in a human truth or an insight. When you think about the sunshine seasoning, we called it sunshine, and Tabitha Brown really wanted to call it sunshine because she felt like she wanted to bring sunshine to people's lives at this moment in time, right? When we make an ad that's about tacos, we always want to show like a real taco, not a fake taco, but like a taco like your mama make the taco. Because at the end of the day, we want you to be able to relate to that taco. And everybody grabbing tacos or whatever, so making it as real as possible and somehow relate it to culture or a moment in time of human truth. I mean, I always talk about when we responded to Cardi B tweeted about how she couldn't get any Old Bay seasoning, and our team saw this and we were like, oh my God, Cardi B. And so we immediately responded to Cardi B, and then we sent her Old Bay seasoning, and she posted about the Old Bay seasoning, and we did a special packaging just for her that was Old Bay seasoning for Cardi B, and we it was like her own packaging, and she loved it and she was so happy. And this is a person who is super famous, and we didn't pay her anything to do this, but she's still a human being, right? She's still a normal person who is super excited to see her own name on an Old Bay seasoning because she loves Old Bay. And so when you do things, it's gotta move somebody a little bit on the inside. So if you think, I can make somebody care, even it doesn't always have to be happy, even if it's the person cried, it's moving somebody in a way that they're connecting with your brand or they're connecting with what you're trying to do. And that's pretty much when you have something. So, while I'm not taking you through the entire process of building a campaign, starting with a human truth or a consumer insight is critical to success.
Thank you. That was
That's
very
perfect.
helpful for me too. Yeah. When you brought up McDonald's, it reminds me of the meme that's going around that says, "Can I trust you to go get my fries and bring them back without taking one?" And of course, everyone is like, "No, you can't trust me."
And you know what? They might have gotten that idea from that meme.
It could be, yeah.
It could be, because these days social media drives a lot of what big companies are doing. And so, TikTok is if you look at some of the ads on TV, some of them are literally, they're taking from TikToks and making and that becomes a commercial. Yeah. And that wasn't happening even 2 years ago, even 1 year ago. There's so much change in this space all the time.
Someone said, Blessing asked, how did you come to the decision about choosing your major? And did you ever think at one point that your major, or that you chose the wrong major, or that it was wrong for you?
Well, I'll tell you this real quick. I did choose the wrong major at first for me. I went to school And my major was speech pathology and audiology. I was gonna be a speech therapist. Now, why did I do this? This is not something that interests me, but I was told that I would never make any money if I didn't go into the sciences. And this is nothing against STEM, because I think it's super, super important. But there's a reason why they added the A and made STEAM, because it's not like, you have to think about what's best for you. So I went to school, I did very well in all the classes, the science classes for speech pathology and audiology, but I didn't want to be a speech therapist. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something involving communication. And what I thought I wanted to do was become more of like a news anchor and a journalist. But then when I started doing that, I was like, I don't really want to be a journalist, because journalism, people think they're just going to be on TV. No, you're a writer, you're a reporter. And that wasn't, I wrote for the paper and I tried it. So you got to try things. And I could see that long-term, that wasn't going to work for me either. What I found that I was really good at is the promotion of things. And that led me to advertising. And I'm also really good at, I found I was really good at storytelling, right? Taking a story and making from that something really meaningful that got people excited. And that's a little bit what advertising is. And that's kind of how I guess, how I journeyed into this path, if you will. I think people think you don't have to know exactly what you want to be. I think it's important to have a major going in, because if you go in and you're undecided, then it's like, they don't know where to put you. And then how do you, some universities, you can't even apply without an actual like you can, but you need to apply to a specific school, like at Howard. But don't feel bad if you don't know what you want to do when you're a freshman. What you want to do is try as many things as possible, and try them now in high school and in middle school, so you're learning what you're attracted to. I think that's what's most important to trying to find a major and trying to find something. I know a ton of people who went to school and got degrees and had, careers, and they hate their job. You don't want that. I love my job. And one of the reasons is because I exposed myself enough early on that I knew what I was getting myself into.
Thank you for that, because a lot of people think that they're tied into whatever you major in. I know so many people, you guys on in the IT field, that majored in art, English, science, and here they are now in IT. So absolutely, thank you for that. So it's 10:28. Unless there are no more questions, I know you've got another meeting you need to jump to. We will let you go. I thank you so very much for spending this time with us. Can everyone give Miss Aaliyah a hand? Thank you, thank you,
You
thank
too.
you.
Thanks for having me,
Thank you.
everybody. Bye.
You're
Bye. Be
welcome.
well.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 That's fantastic.
It was. So I see we have our next speaker up.
Patrice.
Hi, Miss
Miss
Patrice.
Patrice McKenzie. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. You'll have to bear with me because the sun is like literally rising in front of my face, so I might get blocked out at some point.
It's beautiful. You look beautiful as
You
well.
look beautiful.
So,
You
yes.
look like sunshine. It's perfect on you.
Look, that seems to be our theme for today, sunshine, so far.
Mhm.
All right, well, we will let you get started. Do you need to share your screen or anything, or are you just going to
No,
talk?
I'm just
Okay,
talking this
perfect.
morning.
The floor is yours. Thank you so much, Ms. Patrice.
So good morning. I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about grandmothers. If you are blessed to have had one in your life or have one in your life now, you know that they are the most special people. And I am blessed to still have my grandmother, and I am her person. Well, I wasn't until I got married, but I'm still her person in my head. And my grandmother really is the person who instilled in me the importance of serving people, helping people, and giving back to your community. So everything that I do now really comes from watching the example that she modeled for me as a kid. She ran a daycare center in our home, and not having the language for it then, but kind of looking at and reflecting on that now, our home really became sort of like an anchor in our community in terms of the number of students that she served, the children that she provided care to. People are in their 40s and they still see my grandma around town and they're like, "Hi, Grandma Hazel." So just that value is really hard to sort of put into words and quantify. And I'm really grateful for having that example. My name is Patrice Marshall McKenzie, and I am an educator and community advocate who is really passionate about doing a couple of things. One, building strong communities. Two, empowering other people to harness their power, their voice collectively for being able to create change. And three, really looking to build, coach, train, and support the development of future leaders like yourself. I am somebody who believes that I do not have to do everything. I don't know everything. And ultimately, I want to work myself out of a job. So I know that I have a finite amount of time to be able to move forward and to be successful in a certain way. And that it's incumbent upon me to make sure that you, future leaders, are ready to be able to carry that ball forward and make sure that we're all advancing this cause of creating greater systems of equity, justice, and creating the world that we want to be able to see in the future. I went to college to study history, and I have a minor in education because I thought at the time I wanted to teach school, but I realized I don't really necessarily have a true passion for teaching in the classroom sense. So I didn't pursue that as a career path, but I'm grateful for having that sort of foundational knowledge in terms of it being able to anchor the work that I do now. My history training comes in so often, so much in terms of having studied social movements, studied sort of social change, studying sort of kind of government and systems, and being able to know where there are pain points, knowing when and how you can move policy, and knowing sort of how you move systems and how you can design and build systems for the purpose of creating change. I also realized at some point when I was working for elected officials that I was really good at community engagement, bringing people together, creating an opportunity for folks to feel as though they had a greater connection to government. But I found myself being really frustrated with not being able to make the long-term policy changes that I wanted to be able to make. I could see it in my head that if we could just make this thing happen, I could help so many more people. But I didn't have the kind of knowledge base or the authority and the role I was in to be able to do that. So I went back to graduate school and I got another degree. You don't necessarily always have to do that, but for me, that was the path forward. And being able to acquire that master's degree in public administration gave me the textbook knowledge that I needed to be able to understand things like public budgeting, public policy. And what I was able to do at that point was marry sort of this textbook knowledge that I had just acquired with my knowledge of kind of how to move people, how to engage people, and how to sort of build community change. So currently, I'm serving as Deputy Chief of Staff to a school board member for the Los Angeles Unified School District. LA Unified is the second largest school district behind New York in the country. So we serve more than 600,000 students and their families every day. And the size of our school district's footprint is more than 700 square miles. So across several cities, several 100 miles daily, we are serving students, building communities, and finding ways to make sure that young people like you have the tools that you need to be the leaders of the future. I don't have children of my own, so I am personally invested in making sure that young people like yourselves are able to step into your greatness, because I need you all to be able to take care of me when I get old. Just being real selfish about that. I will tell you that one of the things that I saw that my grandmother did is she always found a way to give to someone. It wasn't always like big things or little things, but it could be. There was never a thing as not being able to feed someone in our home. There was never a thing of not being able to have extra space for someone. And there were even times when someone was in crisis that people were literally come and live in our home. So all I know is, for the longest that I can remember, is being able to provide whatever resource that you can to help somebody, to help someone else. I know that school is probably, I hope that you're excited about being able to go back to school if you haven't started your school year already. And as Aaliyah was saying, your education is really kind of the foundation to what it is that you do in the future. Take advantage of the opportunity to learn all of the things that you can about as many subjects as possible. You do not have to have a defined path at the outset of your college career. I changed my major probably 4 or 5 times. I went back to my original major originally, but having the knowledge of all of the things that I studied in between has been invaluable to me in being able to move my career forward, being able to move my life experience forward, and being able to serve my community. Just a quick question. How many of you were teacher's pet at some point? I'm not ashamed. I was definitely a teacher's pet. I will tell you that teacher's pets are not a bad thing. Typically, those are young people that your teachers see leadership skills in. Your teachers see you are responsible, that you are courageous, that you are able to stand up for yourselves, and that they can trust you. That know, like, and trust ability is invaluable in your career. So having that sort of honed in you at a young age is really a skill. So don't be ashamed, accept the responsibility, and go ahead and step forward and lead. It is perfectly fine. I'll tell you that my earliest kind of like advocacy experiences really go back as far as kindergarten. I remember one summer before I started kindergarten, I wanted to write my name in cursive. And so I bugged my mom all summer, like, teach me how to write my name so that all the letters connect. So she sat down and we did over the course of summer. I learned to write my name in cursive. So when I started kindergarten, when you had to write your name at the top of the paper, I was writing mine in cursive, and it drove my kindergarten teacher nuts. Now, she still lives in my neighborhood and will tell anybody that listens about how she brokered the deal with me and my mom that if I would print my name at the top of the paper, that I could sign it at the bottom as my signature for me having completed the assignment, my signature for me having followed instructions, and me being rewarded to being able to sign off on my having done a good job on the paperwork and on my assignments. So, but I was like, well, why can't I write my name in cursive? I know how to do it. But being able to have the authority or just feeling confident enough to speak up for myself back then has really been sort of a powerful tool. I'll tell you that there were sure a couple times in high school when I was definitely my own best advocate in school. Not that my parents couldn't, but before I even got to them, I had already laid the foundation for what it was that I wanted to happen. I knew what I wanted the end result to be. And I was able to go to my parents and say, I need you to stand behind me to do X when I go to school tomorrow. So when you come to the meeting, this is what I want to happen. It started out with me changing my assigned guidance counselor. I mean, my counselor was a nice person, but she didn't seem to be like really invested in Patrice in the way I wanted somebody to be invested in me in my future. So my upperclassmen friends had this amazing counselor who was literally across the hall. Coco was the bomb. All my upperclassmen friends, they got into great colleges, they got great scholarships, and they had all of these opportunities available to them. So I went to Coco. Hey, Coco, I know I'm not in your assigned alphabet, but I want to go to Stanford when I finish high school. I need you to help me get there. And I went and got my file from my counselor, walked it across the hall and handed it to Coco and said, how are we going to get me to Stanford? Now, I ended up not going to Stanford. I went to Berkeley, which I'm really happy about. But she certainly took the vested interest in me and helped me map out my path forward to get into all the schools that I applied to. So if I had not taken that step to stand up for myself and to say that I need more than what is being offered to me, I'm not sure that I would be on the trajectory that I am right now. So students, you have the agency to know kind of where you are, what you need. And if you feel as though you need more than what you're being offered in school, do not be afraid to ask for it. Do not be afraid to speak up for yourself. Because once you get to college, you are that person that has to speak up for yourself at all times. So go ahead and start practicing that now. I also encourage students whenever possible, if you are writing for your school newspaper, if you are a campus leader, if you're on student government in some way, utilize that opportunity to engage your elected leaders. There is no elected leader that I know who will not make time to do an interview with the student for a student publication, will not, if your school has like a news show, that will not come and do an interview with you on your news show and will not talk to you about in your class about what it is that's important to you as young people. Your voice really matters, and people want to hear what your ideas are, because whatever decisions that we're making now and the future that we're building today is for you. So the more that we can engage you and involve you in that process of building the future, the better it's going to be for you, because we don't want to have to make decisions that you have to then, undo, redo, or modify later. So I am a firm believer in making sure that I can find ways to bring you, future leaders, into my advocacy, my activism, and make sure that you have the tools to be able to be that advocate for yourself. I will tell you that when I realized at some point that our daycare center was really kind of a pillar in our community, was there were times when parents would come pick their kids up and they would stay for a little bit, or they would stay for a long time and talk to my grandmother about all kinds of things. And having been an only child, I spent a lot of time with adults. So I got really good at being able to, sit quietly, kind of nearby, but not really in the presence of adults, but being able to listen to what they were talking about and hear those conversations, but not be obvious that I was listening to their conversations. And one of those times when I was listening, I learned that one of our parents, I'll call her Miss Tina, was in a situation where she didn't feel safe in her home anymore, and that she needed to leave her home and she didn't have anywhere to go. And so my grandmother said to her, "We already have your kids here during the daytime and you need to keep going to work. So pack your stuff, come and stay here. There is a bedroom here. There is, kitchen, food, whatever you need is already here. So let's help you get yourself together, and you can stay as long as you need to until you find a way to put your next steps together." And Miss Tina was one of a number of families who stayed with us in crisis. And I learned at some point that Miss Tina, unfortunately, was experiencing domestic violence, which is why she had to leave her home. But I'm so honored that my grandmother was able to give her space to be able to put her life back together. And I think that so much of what serving community looks like is being able to have that kind of compassion for people. And that's missing in government today. So we need people like you to be able to bring that to how you serve people, how you build systems, and how government stands up and serves people.
It's okay. Take a moment.
Oh, goodness. And I said that the third thing that I feel really passionate about is safety. Safety has, for me, a broad definition. And it's more than just sort of like, law enforcement, feeling safe in your home, feeling safe in your community, but it's really about knowing that you have access to sort of your entire environment being conducive to you being able to be productive and thrive. Do you have access to parks? Do you have access to clean water? Do you have access to clean air? Those are all things that help define safety to me. And I also will add to that like school safety is also a key component of how we build community and how we build safety in our neighborhoods. So you as students know best about what your experiences are in the classroom. You know where your areas of vulnerability are, and you have insight that will help us as adults develop policies and ideas that will keep you safest when you are in our care. So please, please, please share with us what you need to feel safe at school, what you envision in terms of your safety as you are coming to and from school, and also what you need in your neighborhoods to feel safe. Is it that you need an opportunity for a summer job? Do you need an internship opportunity? Do you need, programming at your local park or recreation facility? Those are all things that we need to hear from you to be able to make sure that we are providing to you in some way. To my point about internships, ask your elected leaders for internship opportunities. Do not be ashamed. They are out there, they are available. We love to have young people come and serve with us in the summer. It is an experience that you cannot put a price tag on. You will have an opportunity to sort of see government the way it works, to see sort of the limitations of what we can do, where we have difficulty doing, and how it is that we have to coordinate with other organizations, other areas of government. Maybe it's the city and the county have to coordinate, maybe it's the city and the state have to coordinate, but you'll get a chance to see those inner workings so that you know how best to be able to make change that benefits you most. So I certainly encourage you to take advantage and ask for those internship opportunities. I will close before we go to questions by saying this. My grandma didn't have a lot, but what she had was a heart for service. And so much of what I do was instilled in me by her. And I work every day to make sure that I am providing students like you with the best, highest quality education so that you can go out into the world and be the person that you want to be in whatever field of study you choose and whatever profession that you choose. And however it is that you want to make your mark, I want you to be able to have that foundational knowledge to be able to do so. I also know that education is your pathway to get there. That is how we build strong communities. That is how we're able to build leaders and infrastructure and services for people that will come even after you and for your children. So I know that you have power to shape the world that you live in, to make sure that you can use your voice, and I'm here to help you get there. So anything that I can do to be helpful, I am here to do so. I'm happy to have you. You can follow me on social media. I'm at Patrice M08 on Twitter and Instagram. And at this point, I will take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Can you put your information in the chat for the
I
kids?
sure
They can.
will.
Absolutely. I would like for all of you to follow all of our speakers. They're offering some really great information. Does anyone have any questions? If not, our next speaker is here and ready to go. And I just realized that I went over time. I forgot you guys had 20 minutes and not 30 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
No. It was my fault because I kept Aaliyah until 10:30 instead of 10:20. So it was absolutely my fault.
Thank you, Patrice. That was
All right.
fantastic.
Thank you.
That was amazing. All right. Thank you, Patrice. We're going to go to our next speaker, Miss Brianna McGowan. And if you guys have any questions for Miss Patrice while we're still on, please put them in the chat. All right. Let me find Brianna. Brianna, I saw you out here earlier.
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me see. Let me remove your spotlight. And
Hello.
there you are. Perfect. Okay. Let me spotlight you and you can go ahead and get started.
All right. Well, hi everyone. I'm Bree. Patrice, I really appreciated your presentation, and I definitely agree. We need to be investing in community and a government that works for the people. So I appreciate your insight and experience. So I'm going to share my screen. So this is kind of like an about shift in topics, but I think there is some through line. So what I'll be talking about today is artificial intelligence for accessibility. And I work in the government actually doing this. So maybe that's the through line, is a government that works for the people, and the people that we center are folks who are creating a web that is more accessible for everyone, no matter what your ability level is. So let me share my screen. I can't quite see which one. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I tried to share my screen, but it wasn't working. Okay, so we go into presentation mode, please. Thank you. So AI for accessibility, how artificial intelligence and machine learning have increased internet accessibility. And then I'll also be talking about possibilities for the future. So just a show of hands, who has heard of artificial intelligence? Have you heard of something like machine learning? Or you can also type in the chat. I just want to see if folks are already familiar with artificial intelligence. So Ania, you have, okay, or Anya, Ania. Okay, Miles, Elijah, okay, great. So we'll dive into that topic. Next slide, please. So just to express or explain who I am and my background, in 11th grade, I wrote my first line of code. And I know that for a lot of folks, y'all have probably already written your first line of code. So I just want to see, when did you write your first line of code? Was it 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade? Type in the chat when you wrote your first line of code, and or maybe you haven't yet, which is totally fine. 2nd or 3rd, 4th, 1st, you wrote your first line of code in 1st grade, 7th grade, 4th grade, 2nd grade, wow, 3rd in STEM, 6th. So I was in 11th grade. And wow, okay, 5th seems to be when 4th and 5th grade tend to be when students nowadays are learning to write code. So I think my journey will look already different than y'all's journey, because when I was in school, writing code wasn't something that was taught in class, and now it is. So already our journeys look different, and y'all have a complete head start. And Mishka, you haven't. So yeah, there is always an opportunity to start. And my start for I guess my generation is pretty early. And there are folks who wrote their first line of code at 30. There are folks who wrote their first line of code at 40, at 50. I am the co-director of Women Who Code DC, and I teach classes where people write their first line of code when they're in a job transition and things like that. So the fact that there are folks who are in elementary and middle school learning to write code, you're already ahead of the game. So I graduated college with a degree in economics and a certificate in computer science. And I wanted to be an economist when I first graduated college. And then when I realized that the careers I could have with computer science, it was definitely a lot more interesting to me, because I could bring ideas into real life by coding them. And I thought that was really cool. I won my first hackathon in September of 2018. And that was, I think, fundamental for me, because it made me feel like I could be competitive, that I could compete against several bright, extremely smart and brilliant people. And I also understood the value of having a strong team, knowing that I'm not going to accomplish everything on my own. And it really is teamwork to build really cool things. I won my first award in data science a year later. And I think that made me feel confident about securing, I think, my place in the tech world, if you will. And it made me feel like that I could pursue things that I didn't think of before. So I became the Python director for Women Who Code in August of 2019. And then I actually developed my first machine learning algorithm my first AI that I ever coded in 2019. And then fast forward like 4 or 5 months, I actually gave a TED talk on the work that I did, or a TEDx talk on the work that I did on automation, AI, and machine learning. And this is also when I got my first mentor. And so that's also something I'll be talking about, is the power of having a mentor, whether it's a teacher, a friend, someone in the career that you want to go into, someone you trust. Having a mentor is so crucial in helping you talk out the goals you want to accomplish in your life path, if you will, or paths, or whatever it is you want to do. Having a mentor is really great to help you achieve the success you would like to achieve, however you think that is. In 2020, I developed my first robot, and that was really fun because I was like, oh, I was only focusing on software, and that's when I decided to continuously challenge myself. And that robot is actually being used currently in a few museums, which is fun. And then this year I started officially a job. So you can see my path has been leading up to having a career in artificial intelligence development. And it took me, I think, around 3 or so years to be in a position that I feel like I can really grow in and the space I want to go in. And so I think this is just to show that not everything is linear, and you grow along the way. So who knows what 3 years from now will hold in store for all of us. Next slide. These are just some photos of the award I won and the TED Talk. And then my team down there at the bottom left when we won the World Resources Institute Hackathon. All right, next slide. So let's lay out some keywords before we go in. So AI, which a lot of y'all have already heard about, is a branch of computer science regarding building smart machines that are capable of mimicking tasks that humans can do. And it typically requires human intelligence to code it. And then the AI is designed to learn beyond the human input. So it's designed to mimic human intelligence. And then machine learning is the study of computer algorithms. So an algorithm is just kind of like a procedure. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Step 3. So it's kind of like the blueprint of your code. So machine learning is the study of kind of computer blueprints or computer codes that improve automatically through experience and by the use of data. And generally, people talk about big data, big data sets. Machine learning, you can have a pretty good machine learning algorithm with just a small data set. And the key factor is the quality of your data. And then web accessibility. It's the practice of making your websites usable by as many people as possible. So that includes folks who are hard of hearing, folks who are visually impaired, folks who are in low internet parts of the world. So making the web accessible, making knowledge accessible for people of all types. Okay, next slide, please. So this is where I work, is at the intersection of AI, data, people, and the internet. So AI machine learning basically is like the code and algorithms that can enhance the normal internet with features designed to increase accessibility. So one of those examples is things like closed captioning, which I think may be available even on the Zoom right now, which uses something like natural language processing. So whenever I'm speaking, it can put at the bottom of the screen the words I'm saying, and it's interpreting the sound to text, which is done through AI. Data, that I forgot to edit, but basically it is something that has information that you feed into your AI and machine learning algorithms. And by doing that, you are kind of giving real world scenarios on what you want your AI to learn and then be able to mimic. So for example, this data set could be, our main group is the Goal Grinders Teen Summit. And then every single data point is a person who's in attendance. So it would be Talia, it would be Terry, it'd be Mishka, Elijah, Miles, Quincy. And then say another point would be the grade you're in. Another point would be your favorite hobbies. Another point would be the school you go to. Another point could be your favorite subject. And that is data. And it's just in a spreadsheet that you feed to the machine learning algorithm. So the next thing that's at this intersection are people. So when designing the internet, at first, it was this huge wild west of worlds. There used to be multiple internets, if you can believe that. There was more than the internet that we know of today. And through the evolution of it, we just have a pretty standard internet. And then there are some internets that maybe the government uses or other intelligence uses, or even sometimes the dark market uses. So there is, though, a standard internet now. And when people use it, it is with the intention that it is for people of all accessibility levels, centering those who are most impacted. And then the internet. So that is, and what y'all know about, I mean, it is synonymous with Googling, but Google is just one component of the internet. And I think that the internet expands way more beyond, I think, we use it for today. But it's basically a global network that provides information and communication and is consisted of all these crazy networks that allows for sharing and digesting and downloading and uploading and using the same standards. So this is really crucial because we want the standards of the internet to be for people of all types, not just for the people who have the most access, not for people who are the most able, but an internet for people, a standard internet for people of all types that can all enjoy surfing the internet and getting information. So next slide, please. So one of the ways in which AI can increase accessibility with the internet is by allowing people to navigate it in a way that eases access. So people hard of hearing or visually impaired, so for people hard of hearing, you can develop AI and machine learning that can display larger text size or alt text or read aloud the text or describe images on a screen, even chatbots that can communicate with people, telling people what is happening on a screen. So if there is a chat bot right now, it would say there is a chat to the right where participants can comment in. There is a presentation on AI and accessibility, and there's a speaker who is talking about AI for accessibility. And for those folks who are hard of hearing, developing machine learning that can provide closed captioning, which is kind of like what I was talking about. Anytime, audio is playing, so it could be a song where you have the lyrics showing up on a screen or whatever. Those things already exist, but AI is making it to where you don't have to have a script already formatted, and then you're feeding it into the closed captioning. So I would say even like 2 years ago, the way people got closed captioning was if there was literally someone typing it as someone talked, or someone was on a script and they just fed the script through the computer to then bring up 2 sentences at a time. Now, no one has to sit behind and type out all the things that people are saying or feeding in a script. You can literally talk and there will be a computer that can translate those words into text. And so other examples of AI increasing accessibility is things like people with low internet. So if you see this map, you can kind of see that a lot of places in the Midwest, West of America have actually very low broadband internet. And we are fortunate to have in DC, even in DC, there are some areas that don't have great internet access at all, and some areas that have the highest fast speed internet that you could get at the market right now. And so we should be keeping this in mind, and me as a developer, keeping this in mind around, well, if someone wants to access a website and say there's, say you all like learning, listening to TED Talks or whatever, and maybe the video is too large to play, well, then there should be other alternative ways to be able to enjoy the TED Talk without the needing the best internet. So you could have the most amazing experience with the best internet, but you can also still be able to access that information no matter your internet levels. So it can reduce some content on a website to allow people on low broadband to still access information. And also people with mobile phones, people with iPads, you want to create technology that can dynamically change according to the screen size and still provide accessibility options like closed captioning, color differences for people who might be colorblind, changing the color of a web page, describing images aloud, and other things like that. So I'll take the time right now that you're thinking of, go back. Okay. Now that I've given a couple examples, type in the chat other things that you think could be the future of AI for accessibility. So what other things do you think AI could be used for people of all ability types?
We have about 3 minutes left before we get to your 20-minute mark.
Okay, so next slide then. So I'll just give you the answers. So the future of AI for accessibility could be a VR job interview training for people with autism who need to go through the process of what it's going to be like answering questions and advocating for themselves. Another example could be AI texting for mental health treatment, maybe having a chatbot that can help you walk through the things you're feeling and the emotions that you want to process, and maybe even provide some guidance if you need it. Understanding empathy and text-based peer support. So whenever you get a text, some people might need help understanding the tone of text. So if something's really frustrating or angry, sometimes people actually need help or guidance understanding, oh, this is someone being frustrated or whatever. Improving the accuracy of automatic image descriptions for people who are blind or have low vision. This one is, I think, one of the coolest ones, personalized app for pedestrian travel. So it could be for honestly anything. People of all abilities can enjoy this, but if you are visually impaired, then imagine having on your phone your own personal navigator that can help you cross the street, that can help you navigate roads, personalized. So it's not a Google Maps. It literally is your own like virtual assistant helping you get to point A to point B or whatever it is you want to go. And then the last one that I have is improving Braille literacy skills via like gamification. So like video games, whatever, having it be accessible in Braille is something that people are actually working on right now. So it's kind of cool. I would ask what else, but I know I'm already up on time. So like, I just want to close with that. If this is something that interests you, if you are interested in AI for whatever, for virtual reality, for video games, whatever, learning a programming language is, I think, a great way to get your foot in the door in computer science, which a lot of y'all have already done. But really being able to master that language and understand it. And then I would also say a deep machine learning course will help provide that successful start and foundation for a career in artificial intelligence development. And I just want to touch back on these things that are crucial to your growth, regardless of what career you choose from, is having a mentor, multiple mentors throughout your life, asking questions, centering humans, seeing people's humanity, and practicing projects that genuinely interest you, not something that you have to do for school or for homework or whatever, but genuinely finding something you think is cool and would be fun to do and practice it. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for having me. And if you have any questions, type in the chat, and or I'll also put where you can find me. Okay, thank you, Renee.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bree. I always love when
Thanks,
you come and talk to
Bree.
our kids.
Mhm.
We have to encourage them to seek some STEM careers early. And I, like you, I wrote my first line of code in 11th grade as well. All right.
There
I
was a
think we've got,
question.
hey, we're gonna do questions in the chat. We've got Pam coming up next,
Okay.
since we're running over today. All right, Pam, let me pull you up. All right, let me add you to the spotlight. There you are.
Hi, Pammy
Hi.
Pam.
Hey, good
How
morning.
are
Good morning.
you?
I'm doing
Good
great. I'm doing
morning.
great.
Don't you look like sunshine this
Maria
morning?
was really
Uh-oh. Is she
Pam, I
frozen?
think you're frozen. Can you hear us, Pam? Uh-oh. Pam, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think she's frozen.
She is frozen. She may need to go out and come back
And come
in.
back in.
Yeah, Pam, you want to try to log out and log back in? Okay. So Bree, I see that there are a couple questions in here. If you want to just answer them instead of typing them real quick while we wait for Pam to jump back in.
Sure. So I already kind of answered them, but Miles asked, could AI take over the world? So I think very fair question. One of the things that is a field right now is demystifying AI. It will not replace, well, it could replace jobs, but it won't replace humans. And one of the things that I think is kind of sci-fi-esque is, like, you know, always like these big bots that come in and do massive destruction. And that's actually possible. But that is why we have, you know, I want to say governments and things like, and like governing bodies that can determine what AI is ethically. And there's actually an emerging field called ethical AI, about what does it mean to ethically code AI, and who's affected by it, and blah, blah, blah. I have no power, Pam. Yes, you do. Everyone has personal power. And there are also ways in which you can decide what you want your web experience to be like. So if you don't want AI stuff, you can turn it off. It's just great to have features that can help increase it for the folks who either want it or need it. And then Quincy, computer programming. Oh, how does computer programming work? So computer programming, and I tend to type this in chat, it's a lot more involved. So the very, very high level is you are developing with the language, and there are several languages. One of the first languages is Fortran. The language I know best is Python. But there are several languages, and you can basically type out logic in a programming language to perform a task or function. And the computer can then ingest that language and execute that task. So it is a language that is computer readable, computer understandable, and you are telling the computer what to do. So you're programming, literally, a computer or machine. I think those are there any other questions? I see, hey, Pythonista. That's fun. If there are no other questions, I can also just answer them in the chat.
Okay, we're gonna try to see if Pam can join via her phone, and I go to her website if that may work. Give me 1 second. Pam, are you in? Okay, here you are. Pam, I see you. Can you hear us, Pam?
I just let her back in.
Okay, all right. Let's see if I can
Thank you,
get
Bree.
this-
That was perfect. It was great seeing you again, girl.
Yes, thank you, Bree. So I was gonna go to her website real quick so you guys can see who Pam is. I see that we do have our next speaker here ready to go. Oh, I don't hear Pam. We may just have to move
She's
her
still,
to the end.
I think she's still trying to join. It says she's still trying to join.
I think so. Hey, David, I see you're in. Are you ready to go?
Go ahead and take your time. Don't make me rush you.
No. I was
Hey,
saying we could
David.
go ahead and let you speak until Pam is able to join us since you're in here.
That's fine.
Okay. Oops, I'm about to make you host. Spotlight for everyone. Okay.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
Hold on. All right. Is that
Okay.
better? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can
hear
hear you.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you all for having me this morning.
You're welcome.
Thanks for saying yes.
So, absolutely. So I'm going to let you go ahead. When Pam gets it together, maybe we can swap you guys around. So this is David Barney, and I'm going to pass it on to you. Everyone in your packet that I sent out this morning are all the speaker bios. David, you can put all of your social media information in the chat so they can follow you, and the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you. Let me first of all, let me wish you all a great 2021 summit. Venues like this are absolutely wonderful. All right, so let me tell you what I do. And Renee, if you don't mind, can you pull up my website, uptvoice.com? uptvoice.com. And if you can go to production, that's where all of my commercials are, my voiceover commercials. So I may ask you to play one or two. So let me tell you all what I do. I do voiceovers. I do commercials, radio, television, whether you're looking at a Dairy Queen commercial or a commercial for Air Jordans, all of those are commercials. All of those are predicated on getting you, the buyer, to purchase something or to do something. I also included with that is narrating books and audio books and e-learning modules, you name it. Anywhere where there is a voice needed, that's what I do. But this is not what I've always done, right? So By training, I've done, my background is public relations and marketing. And it's funny because voiceovers tie into that. So when you look at a commercial is nothing more than a marketing strategy, just like an ad in a magazine or an ad or a billboard ad. A voiceover is just one more strategy in the marketing scheme of things, right? And so my background has always been in public relations and marketing. In fact, I taught for 5 years at Morgan State. And what I did in coming into voiceovers, I never really equated my voice with voiceovers. I always equated a voice with singing. And because I can't sing, and trust me, y'all do not want me to sing a thing ever. But when it comes to communicating via, just verbally, I can do that. And I started thinking about all the things that I had been doing in my career. And I settled on something that really gives me satisfaction. I enjoy creating because I write all the scripts. I do all the videoing. I do all the production. So at the end of the commercial, when you see the commercial, most times if my client has asked me to, I do it from very beginning, from writing the script all the way to the production of the commercial or the voiceover. I think one of the questions was, how did I get into it? And again, it's just by chance. I had been told, many times, that people, found my voice to be pleasing. And, just one thing led to another. So here I am today you can't see around me, but there's a whole studio in here with tons of microphones and green screens and cameras and teleprompters. And it is a passion that I have. And, I will say this, do what you enjoy doing. When I tell you I totally enjoy what I do, because every day is different. Today I may have a commercial. Renee, can you pull up the Chevy commercial that says Chevy Silverado? Can you play that one?
Yes, sure can.
Okay. You can play that. You can, yeah, that one
This
right
one?
there. Yeah. Huh? No sound.
Oh, there's no sound. Okay, hold on one second. I forgot to, when I hit share, I forgot to do there we go. Share sound, optimize for video. Here we go.
The
All right.
2021 Chevy Silverado Trail Boss. When you have a 2-inch lift, when you have Goodyear Durac tires, when you have Rancho shocks and an integrated dual exhaust. Yeah, when you have all that, the last thing you'll need is a road. The Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, ready to off-road right from the factory. Chevy, find new roads.
Okay, did you see it?
Yes. It's not me. I hope you all saw it.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. So people ask, well, how did you get into voiceovers? Is there any type of training? Yes and no. I don't think people start out as, aspiring to be voice artists. I think people start out as aspiring to be actors and actresses. And because voice acting is that, it's acting without being in front of the screen. You're more heard than you are seen. So like all your Disney animations, the Geico commercial, the gecko, that is a voiceover. It is a voice that you recognize because over and over, it is a part of the brand. And a brand is what identifies a company. So whether we're talking about Nikes or whether we're talking about Air Jordans, that is a brand. And a brand is recognizable, one, by its visual, and two, by what you hear. And so my suggestion is if you're interested, definitely going to college helps. Take some drama classes because a lot of it is acting. A lot of it is when you don't see the artists when they're doing the voiceover, but when I'm in my booth, I'm as creative as I need to be, depending on what I'm doing, right? I have to be theatrical. I have to let, my behavior come across in my voiceover. Sometimes I may be serious. Sometimes I just may be crazy. So it just all depends, right? Definitely take, if you're interested, journalism classes, radio broadcast, multimedia journalism, all of those disciplines where you are in front of or are part of content creation, whether it be broadcast or television or film, they all help to kind of slide you into, I guess, voiceovers. Now, the other part too is you have to have a voice, right? And it's not just, it's not just having a voice. And I think I mentioned that to Renee. It's so many different components. And so with my background in marketing, I understand the behavior of the person who's buying the product. So when I do a voiceover for a client, or if I create a script, because I understand the dynamics of the behavior of the people we want to target on that video, I can now create a voiceover script that meets the client's needs, right? So does that answer any, questions, or does that spark any questions, I guess?
Definitely answered some questions. Guys, do you guys have questions for Mr. David?
Do y'all want to watch another commercial?
I can.
Oh, yes, please. I love commercials.
Click on
Let's
the
do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Click on the Bailey's commercial.
Okay.
Now, young people, I'm not promoting alcohol. This is a commercial, but it's not promoting.
Introducing 2 delicious new flavors from Bailey's. Tempting caramel and classic mint chocolate proves having one favorite quite insufficient. Bailey reminds you, please drink responsibly.
Or one of the kids' favorites, Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do one of the
All
Dairy
right.
Queen.
Okay.
And listen, if you all heard this Dairy Queen commercial before, then yeah.
Right here, Dairy Queen.
Yeah, that
There
one's
we
fine
go.
too.
Okay. Is that the one you wanted me to play, or this one?
either
Summer to
one.
fall?
Yeah,
How about
that
we'll
one, yeah,
play
that
both
one's
of them?
Today we say, so long summer and hello fall. The new DQ Fall Blizzard menu. There's the always festive pumpkin pie, tasty new caramel pie, and more delicious fall flavors than ever. Right now on the new DQ Fall Blizzard menu. If you're craving fall, you can find it at DQ. Happy, tastes good.
All right.
Let me play this one
The new
too.
DQ Summer menu will take you right into summer with this out-of-the-world brownie batter, iconic drumstick with peanuts, and an all-new lineup for the summer you crave. The new DQ Summer menu. Summer's best moments, one bite away. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
All right, Renee, and just one
All
last
right.
one. Let me just show a little difference. There's
Okay.
one for how many of you all, and I know I can't see your hands, but if you watch Lord of the Rings, click on that one, Renee, if you don't mind.
Lord of the Rings. Okay.
It
Gotcha.
is the one up in the corner. You don't have to play the whole thing now. It's that one,
Okay.
yeah.
This one. Okay.
It began with the forging of the great rings. 3 were given to the elves. Immortal, wisest, and fairest of all beings. 7 to the dwarf lords, great miners and craftsmen of the mountain halls. And 9 rings were gifted to the race of men who above all else desire power. For within these rings was bound the strength and the will to govern each race. But they were all of them deceived. For another ring was made, deep in the land of Mudor, in the files of Mount Doom. The Dark Lord Saran forged the master ring in secret. And into this ring he poured his cruelty, his malice, and his will to dominate all life. one ring to rule them all.
Okay, that kind of gives you all I guess, an idea of what voiceover um, artists do, voiceover actors. Um, it's a fun
We
field. Go ahead.
we have some questions.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So Janaya says, have you ever lost your voice from any of your jobs?
Yes, Janaya. That is why I'm sitting here with a cup of tea, always at my disposal, because my voice is what pays my bills. Right. So yes, and you do have to keep your voice up and do different voice exercises. You know what, Jeanette, just like a singer, like Beyonce or anybody else, the only difference is instead of me singing, I'm talking. So yes, I have lost my voice. As a matter of fact, just last week that you mentioned it, I was hoarse for like 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
All right, next question. How much does a voiceover professional make? And I will preface this with saying that all of the careers that we are exposing you guys to today, they make between over 100,000, and some people are millionaires. So I will say that. But
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, I know she's right. You can make, and so the wonderful thing about it is, so let me give you this real quick. You can be a part of the union, which is the actors union, right? At ACTRA, or you can not be a part of the union. Now, when you're part of the union, you get Hollywood scripts, you get those animated cartoons, or just anything else that's really, really big. So yeah, 6 figures is easy. I'll just give you a perfect example. I just did something, not to tell what I did, but I just did a full rebrand for a client. It took me, with all the voiceovers, I did 3 voiceovers, a website. It took me maybe 2 weeks, and I made a little over 7,000 just from that one client, just from 3 weeks of work. I can, I have a client right now who's looking to do some e-learning modules and having my voice for the next 18 months. So as a client, I will, get royalties from that for 18 months. So yes, you can make any, I mean, it's unlimited. Just think about it. Just think about if I get a voiceover job on a Disney cartoon, and we're talking about a couple of $1 million to make the film and a couple of 100,000 for the voice actor. Yeah, so you can do quite well, and it's fun. Yeah, and you get to talk.
It seems like so much fun. I stalked your website. I was watching all your little videos and commercials, and I'm like, he's my friend. This is so cool.
And let me tell you all something too, and I want to just make this real quick. And I don't want you all to think it's always about money, though. Money does make life a little easier. I was in corporate America for a long time, and I made 6 figures, way over $100,000. I also taught in the university where I didn't even make 6 figures, but I was happy. And so now I'm doing what I totally enjoy doing, and I make the money that I want to make. So my suggestion is be happy in whatever it is you do. Identify the things in you that you could turn into a monetary resource or even a career. It's not always about, I've got 2 master's degrees, PhD, and I'm not working in any of that. If I had it to do over again, I don't know if I would have done all of that to do what I'm doing now, but you have to find your happiness and your peace in the things that make you happy. And I don't care what it is. Don't worry about being able to buy, a Lex or whatever. I mean, be happy in what you're doing. There are a lot of people who have really good jobs, making a lot of money, and they are so miserable. So identify what's good with you and find a way to turn that into something that's profitable and a career for you. And trust me, you'll be happy monetarily, from what you make and from what you do. So
We have another question.
sure.
Do you have to have an agent to be successful as a voiceover artist?
Wonderful question. And in the voiceover industry, it goes back and forth. You don't need an agent. Like for me, I direct my marketing at producers, at content writers, at copywriters. That's who I market my services to. Because what happens with an agent, I have to pay that agent sometimes 30% of my money, right? And I'm making $100,000. Well, I'm gonna give you my 30% of my money when I can do the same thing. So it's all about marketing yourself and putting yourself in front of the right people. Like I said, I market on LinkedIn, and the most recent inquiry I got from a prospective client from LinkedIn. So no, you don't need an agent. Does it help? All depends on what you're going after. And another part of that is agents are going to be real selective on who they pick, just like an actor and actress. An agent is not going to just take anybody because that person wants an agent. You're going to have talent and potential for that agent to take you, because at the end of the day, they make money when you make money. And if you don't have any market value, they're not going to take you. So good question.
Any other questions, guys? I think what you do is so amazing and so fun. And I think the first commercial that I saw was the Chevy commercial. And just from knowing you and talking to you and hearing your voice, and I heard it, I was like,
Is that David?
yes. And
Oh,
you can, you can hear the difference in the inflections in your voice and the different tones, so it really is a form of acting.
and that's Renee, and that's key too. Not Let me tell y'all something. 97, think about that. 97% of all of our communication is nonverbal. Even when I do my voice like this, even though I'm talking, that's nonverbal, right? So it is just a fun way to enjoy what you do. Now let me tell you this real quick. It is expensive. I have 3 microphones here, and every one of them, they do something different. The one I'm talking on is typically the mic that I use when I'm doing commercials, and I don't want you to see the mic and it's hanging. Then I have another one for when I'm doing voiceovers, and then one more when I'm doing broadcasts. So it is expensive. You do have to know software, editing software and things like that, but it's learnable, right? So
We have one more question.
Okay.
Is your voice insured?
Good question.
It's a great question.
Let me tell you something. That is an awesome question. And it's funny because I was just looking at
Great question.
Yes, I was just looking at general liability insurance last week. And I was considering putting insuring my voice under my schedule policy, under my homeowner's policy. And so, yes, good question, because at the end of the day, if this is my livelihood, oh my God, and something happens and I can't perform, I can't live anymore. So yes, there has to be some insurance. So that means I don't get out and I'm not getting into arguments with people. I'm not getting in fights. I'm not trying to get hit in the throat. Okay.
Absolutely.
I see Quincy has his hand raised. If you want to unmute your mic, Quincy.
How many podcasts are required to have a successful voiceover an artist?
How many? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. How many what?
How many podcasts?
Podcast.
Podcasts are required.
Oh, okay. Well, good question. So Quincy, how did you know? I actually have a podcast, Loud Bark Media. It is a pod. So here's the thing. So Quincy, I love that question. So the funny thing, Quincy, is my podcast, the compliments that I was getting from viewers on my voice is actually what helped spawn my move more into my voiceovers. And so the podcast actually became a platform, because if you think about it, if you've ever listened to a podcast, or if you ever watched a podcast, the ones that are just like this are pretty boring. You've got to be interesting. You've got to keep your audience engaged and So all of those things play in. So good question, Quincy, or observation. They do kind of go hand in hand.
All right, we have Braden. I see your
And
hand is up.
yeah.
We have our next speaker is here as well. So
Okay.
Braden, you have a quick question and then we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much, David.
Oh yeah.
David, this was awesome. I'm so impressed. I'm so intrigued. I may hit you up. I want to become a voiceover artist now. I want to do something different in my life.
All right,
Oh,
Braden,
okay.
you have your question?
Yes. What was your favorite commercial to voiceover?
Gosh. I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite. Now I know I like so Chevy was probably my favorite because it gave me a chance to really step outside the box. And it's fun and it's recognizable and people know what a Chevy is. So it was probably because it was so branded and attached to such a well-recognizable brand. But I can't say that I actually have a favorite. I like them all, especially when my client likes it. So I'm good.
You okay?
Awesome. Thank you
Thanks.
so much, David. So I'm going to be bringing to the stage Miss
Thank you all.
Tiara. Thank you so much, David, again.
Thank you, David.
All right.
Here we go. Hi, Tiara.
Oh, good morning. Is it still morning for? Yes, good morning.
Yes, it's still morning for us. Yes, thank you so much. So
Of
everyone
course.
has this speaker packet. They'll read your bio, and I am going to turn the floor over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited and honored to be speaking with you all today. I should have paid more attention to the speaker packet. I didn't know I was following a voice actor. How exciting. I wish I would have been able to jump on a little bit earlier and grab some of that. Hopefully you guys are able to take away all the nuggets and all the keys and whatever else you want to call it from all of today's speakers. I did read the bios of everyone and the rundown, and it seems like an amazing summit that you all are putting together. I hope someday in the future, after we get through all this craziness, that it can be in person. So thank you, Renee, for reaching out to me. I really, really appreciate it. I won't bog you all down with my bio because, as Renee said, you have it. But I'll just give you a quick overview and just of who I am and where I come from and why you all are sitting here talking to me this morning. My name is Tiara Flynn. I am currently the majority owner and CEO of Some New Marketing. It is a play on my family name, which is Newsome, as well as something new. And so just keep that in your minds because I'm going to bring it up a couple of times throughout. Some New Marketing is a family-owned firm. My dad started it in 2006. And so we really pride ourselves on family and faith. And we're really, really, really pushing, and I hope a lot of you today are able to grasp. We're really pushing on the foundation that we need generational wealth. We need to be able to give our children a platform. And if you're the first one in your family to do so, then hey, you get to start that journey and you get to change the trajectory of your family. So that's awesome. As I went onto the site and did a little bit of research about the summit and what you all are trying to do here today, one thing that I know, if you're one of the teams that joined today, then that means that you're a natural born leader. You're fearless because business ownership and entrepreneurship is no joke. Like I said, a little bit about myself. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada. Right after high school, I went and joined the Air Force. My idea was, I wanted to travel. I'm not even going to say I wanted to defend my country and do all those great things, which I did. But my top of mind, I wanted to travel. I have this belief that the world is our teacher. When we get to experience other cultures and we get to experience the way of life for other people, I think that that's our best teacher in life. And so I really wanted to travel. Unfortunately, the Air Force had other plans for me. I went into, when you get your assignment and you're after training, you get your assignment, you go into the little recruiter office or the trainer's office, and they're always really excited and pumped up and they're trying to get you going. And the guy was telling me, he was like, you're going to go to one of the most exciting cities in our country, and it's going to be so much fun. And you're young, you're single. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, I'm thinking like, I know where most of the Air Force bases are. And he said, you're going to go to Nellis Air Force Base. And I was like, is there another Nellis outside of Las Vegas? Because I really didn't want to return to Vegas. And he was like, no, it's in Las Vegas. It's very exciting. And I just thought to myself, like, okay, now I have to figure out how to make the best of this opportunity. I stayed here for 5.5 years, and then finally got orders to Japan, Okinawa. So that's the island where year round it's pretty tropical. They do have typhoon season, but it was an incredible experience. From there, I got to go to Singapore, so another island. And that one was a little bit more hustle and bustle, but still different culture, different. I went to the zoo there, and they say it's like the greatest zoo in the world. So from there, I came back to the desert. I went to Edwards Air Force Base in California. And then at that time, I decided, I'm going to make my exit. I think I've learned everything that I can from the military and what it has to offer me and what I have to offer it. We need to, part ways. So I got out and rejoined my family-owned marketing firm. From me rejoining, I was able to create what you'll see on my virtual screen behind me, the Some New Solutions Zone, which is an online marketing platform for small business owners and entrepreneurs to be able to learn the marketing process and just understand the way that they need to navigate and establish a really, really solid brand. And the idea is that small business owners and entrepreneurs need to know you can achieve marketing and branding the same way that big brands do. It's all about the foundation. As I understand it, like I said, a lot of you here today are interested in entrepreneurship or just business ownership or just kind of creating your own path, which is phenomenal. And I know that everybody likes to give the younger folks a hard time about, well, you guys have the internet and it's so much easier. And actually, I think quite the opposite. I really do. I think you have less room to kind of hide your mistakes. You have less room to take something back if you want to. You guys grew up in a world where you don't know a world without social media, right? And I'm sure a lot of you can see or how quickly things can change, good or bad, on the internet. One of the things that I want you to understand from marketing perspective is it's not all the colors, it's not the logos, it's not the pretty websites, it's the foundation and how you build it. You can quickly bounce back from what everybody's calling now a cancel culture if your brand is solid and your foundation is solid. If you have a solid brand and it's consistent with who you are, your personal core values, then you can come back from things as it just simply being a mistake, right? Because we're all human. We're all going to make mistakes. We have to make mistakes for us to grow and evolve. And every last situation that you were in is supposed to teach and prepare you for the next situation. That's kind of how I've been navigating my journey so far. So I want to give you inside the Some New Solutions Zone, there are 12 steps of marketing. I don't have enough time to give you all the 12 steps, but I do want to give you one that I feel like is extremely important. If you're going to go into entrepreneurship or business ownership, understanding your product, your prospect, and your market are going to be extremely important. If you want longevity in whichever industry you're going to be in, the guy before me was a voice actor. I'm sure he had to really study and understand that industry to have longevity in it. Some of our favorite artists in the world, some of our favorite athletes, some of our favorite actors, people just assume that somehow they're naturally born with this crazy talent and it's so much better than the rest of us in the world, which is partly true. However, they also outworked everyone on building a solid foundation for themselves and for their brand. So I'm going to give you the main part of step 3, which I said is my product, my prospect, and my market. The first thing, research the market that you want to be engaged in. I know you guys probably hear that a lot, And I've worked with a lot of small business owners. I've worked with a lot of mid-sized business owners. I've worked with businesses who say, my business has been around for 150 years and we can't get over this hump. Research. And research doesn't stop at the beginning. You can't just do your research from the beginning and think that that's it. You have to stay up on the information. The reason why I know that is because in marketing, things change every 5 minutes. And so you have to stay up on the latest of information. And you guys have an advantage being that you have the internet and you guys have always lived in a world where you have the internet. Conduct a good market study from that research. Make sure that you're studying your competitors. Make sure you're studying people that you like. People need to be inspired by something that has existed before, and then expand upon it. What kind of product are you offering and how? Again, if you're going into, you want to just sell different products, if you want to go into acting, if you want to go into production, anything that you can think of, there's information out there about from someone who's done it before so that you can achieve that. And then the last part is what happens when the market drastically changes, excuse me. I have some pretty old examples, so I'll skip over those. I will use social media. When I came into social media, or when it came around for me, when I was in high school, we had MySpace. And I thought it was never gonna go away. I thought that was like, MySpace was it. And when the market changed drastically, they're still around today, they did not keep up. And so you see that happen with all these different apps. They might be fun at the time. I know there was Vine. I know there was Snapchat is still around, but it probably not as happening as it was before. You have to continue to study the market. Renee and maybe some other people from my generation or whatever will remember, before Netflix, there was Blockbuster. And that was a store where you went to rent out videos. And it was a thing. It was like an experience. What a lot of people don't know is that the guys that now own Netflix, or at the time owned Netflix, approached Blockbuster. And they were like, oh, that's crazy. People still want to come out. That's the whole thing. They weren't studying the market shift, and they weren't prepared for how drastically it was going to change. And now look, Netflix is still here. And Blockbuster, I mean, you guys probably don't even remember or know who they are. But they were a thing. They were the thing. So whichever industry that you're going into, make sure that those things kind of stick with you. And just, I know everybody's always dropping or always looking for what are the keys, the key to X, the key to that. To me, the most important one is knowing and understanding what you're offering, why, how are you going to achieve that, and continue to improve upon it. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I was like, that's not for me, right? Is your voice insured? No. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. I had a great journey, 9.5 years. Like I said, everything that even back to my job in high school, I worked at Lady Foot Locker, who I just learned isn't even around much anymore. And learned a lot from that, took it to the Air Force. From the Air Force, I took that into how I conduct my business and how I run my staff and my team, and things like that. Since I have a few more minutes, I did want to make sure that I cover the type, because a lot of business owners will come to me as a marketing firm and say, what type of product or whatever can I do? The important thing to know is that a lot of us are in product development, business owners. That's not the only way that you can be an entrepreneur, that you can be a business owner. In step 3 of the 12 steps of marketing, I talk about your product being 1, an enhanced version of a product. 2, you can transcend a product. Or 3, you can develop one. Development is the hardest one. So an enhanced version of a product, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar or not, but water guns. So water guns used to be like just a little squirt. And a guy named Lonnie Johnson invented the super soaker. And from that, people developed upon that and developed upon that. So that was really his product from something that already existed. And then when you transcend a product in the music industry, I like to use the example of Steve Jobs from Apple. What he did was upstage CDs. A lot of people at the time thought that he was crazy and thought that CDs would be around forever. And they were the most advanced thing that we could have, when really he was thinking way ahead and turned it into iPods, which now we have streaming services. All of that came from his brainchild. And then product development. That, like I said, that's the very tricky one. You just have to be very careful and study the market again, so that you can create a product for everyone else to enhance or transcend. Anyone have any?
Tiara, can you unmute? I apologize. I was trying to mute whoever that
sorry.
was.
No,
No. I muted you. I didn't mean to. I was trying to mute whoever the new person was that just came in.
You're good.
Thank you. I apologize.
Anything else about marketing, branding, any misconceptions? Marketing is such a huge beast, and not a lot of, I could do a whole 8-hour workshop and not cover everything, which is why I invented the 12 Steps of Marketing. It's an online platform for small business owners to learn the process.
Can you put all of your information in the chat so everyone can follow you?
Yes, we'll do. I was actually going to share a video as well, so I'll put that in the chat as well.
Okay. Oh, you're going to put the video in the chat.
Yes, I'll put the link to the video. It's one of my favorite videos about hard work. So
cool. Perfect. Okay.
Wow,
right, well,
this was a nice career. I like how you do it.
Thank you. I'm really excited that you guys are here. When I was your age, this is not something that I would have sat through or signed up for. I'm really proud of all of you. I know you don't know me, but just when Renee sent it to me and offered me to come and speak, I was really excited once learning about it. So I hope that it continues to grow in the future, and I hope to be able to participate in any capacity.
Thank you. We're going to take you up on that offer.
Yes, we will.
This is recorded, so.
Yeah, I have it on tape. Absolutely. The kids said thank you so much. And Cami, who is our next speaker, she said, where can we find the 12 steps?
You know what? Just for you guys, if you wouldn't mind, Renee, I will send you the 12 steps just for them. I'll send you like a condensed version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it. Perfect. Okay.
It's
So then
some new solution zone for business owners, but for the youth, I'll send you a condensed version.
Okay.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Tiara.
So then I will send that out to all of our registered guests. Yes. Awesome sauce. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. There's somebody who's got their mic on that, let me just mute. Is that okay? All right. All right. Well, Tiara, thank you so very much. We really appreciate you.
Oh my gosh.
And we will be following up with you. This was awesome information. We have our next speaker, Cami. She is here. So let me put her on the spotlight. Hey, Cami, love your hair.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So again, all of the speaker profiles and bios are in the packet that you received this morning. So that saves us time from having to do bios. So I'm going to go ahead and let Cami take the floor.
Hi, guys. I'm so excited to be here. Like Tiara said, when I was your age, we didn't have things like this. And so I really love that Renee asked me to come and speak today. So I am a full-time digital content creator. I create content for brands. I also help influencers that are starting out. So I mentor as well. And I did not start off knowing that this was going to be my career path. I was actually going to school for psychology. I really love the mind and I love helping people. So I just figured that was going to be my career. And I love school. So I really didn't care about how long it took, but I was a super creative person. I always loved drawing, writing, styling my friends, doing hair, makeup. And so I wanted to figure out how could I do something that was my passion, but still was able to financially support me, because growing up, we didn't have those options of doing your passion for money. You had to go to school, you had to find, a traditional job and, see it through. And I just always knew that that wasn't for me. I always had the entrepreneur spirit. I worked for the Marriott for 7 years, but throughout that time, I switched to different properties. I always was moving around because I just could never find my footing anywhere, because I always wanted to work for myself. So when YouTube came out, I was in high school, and I saw like a lot of girls doing beauty videos and styling videos. And I said, well, I do this for my friends. I can do this too. And so I started my YouTube channel first, and just really took off from there. A lot of people like, Renee, as soon as I got on camera, it was, we love your hair. Show us what you do with your hair. And from then on, I started to build an audience, just connecting with people that wanted to know how to style their natural curls, how to dress, and really building that community. And from there, brands started to see, my videos, and I really took a lot of pride in it. Again, I went to school for psychology, so I was all self-taught, and I would stay up hours and hours and try new things with video editing and photography and all of these things. Once Instagram came out, it was a little bit easier to kind of connect with brands, because I didn't really know how to go about emailing them or contacting them to work with. So around when Instagram came out, I was able to start doing those brand deals myself. And then from there, I figured, it's not really enough for me anymore to just create content and get paid for it. I want to move into the mentor space, because when I was starting, there weren't a lot of influencers or people in the space that want to share that knowledge or want to show you how they got there. It was kind of like every man for themselves kind of thing. So for me, I feel like being a mentor, and if I can cut down that time for the new person coming in, wanting to learn how to run their social media, work for themselves, work remotely, travel, then I'm going to open up a mentorship for them to do that. So now that's what I do. I still create content for brands on the side, but I have a whole community of women and men that I teach how to be successful in social media. And it's been a tough road. Like I said, I'm all self-taught, so I had to figure out a lot of things on my own. I did try to work with brands and work with companies that'll like pitch me into people. But, like David was saying, they do want a lot of your income that comes in. So after maybe about 4 years of working with a network and not really seeing big returns, I decided to fully take on everything myself. And my mom, she's my manager part-time. So, she helps sift out my emails and things like that, because it can get crazy, it can get busy. But I think the best thing is that I'm having fun with it. It doesn't feel like work, because I'm creative already, and it's something I would do without getting paid. That makes it even more special. And that I'm able to fulfill, my passions and my desires and still financially take care of myself. So I think this new age you guys are in is amazing, because we got social media.
Cami, sorry, I accidentally muted you. I was trying to mute Bailey. Can you unmute yourself? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
You guys were born into social media. And so it's a lot more resources out there for you if this is the career path you want to take. And the good thing is you have so many influences out there. You have so many people to look up to see their success stories. I feel like in the career that I'm doing, the success stories are really what's going to help you guys, even if you feel like maybe you won't be successful or the market is too saturated. Look to those influencers or those YouTubers and follow their journey and see how they, grew and became who they are today. And just know that if that is something you want to do, it's possible for you as well. But I want to open up some questions, honestly, because I feel like I can get more in depth with sharing everything with some questions. So does anybody have any questions about like what I do or what brands I've worked with or anything of that nature?
You can share some of the brands you've worked with. I do have a couple questions, and as the kids are thinking of their questions, we'll start with the ones that I have, and maybe Dr.
Okay.
Roz may have some too.
Nice. So most recently, let me get some names here. I've worked with 7-Eleven a lot. I've worked with Savage Fenty. I've worked with Caress, NYX, which is like a makeup brand. I've worked with a few hair brands as well. And I also partner with a vegan brand that has vegan hair care and skincare, which I make an income from online as well. So social selling, which is another big market right now, using your platform, especially if, we're all going through the pandemic. So people who are working or looking for stay-at-home jobs. So that's something I also do as well. But I remember when I was first starting out, I didn't really know how much to charge or how much, money was out there, especially being a smaller influencer. And one of my biggest campaigns when I was really small was with a hair company, Hairfinity, where they have like hair vitamins. And I was so pumped because for one Instagram post, they paid me $1,000. And at this time, guys, I only had like 1,000 followers on my Instagram. So I was like, there's no way I'm going to get paid more than $50 or anything like that. So one of the biggest misconceptions is that you have to have a large following to, get paid to work with these brands. And that's not true. Brands are looking for someone unique. They're looking for someone who is creative. So if you have something to offer, your numbers really don't matter.
That's good to know, because I think sometimes kids think that, you've got to have millions of followers to be able to monetize social media.
Absolutely not. There are so many resources out there, and I wish I would have knew this a little sooner, but there are middleman companies that kind of bridge you with the brand. So let's say you want to work with your favorite toy brand or your favorite anything, clothing brand, but you can't access maybe their email or their PR directly. There are a few different websites that you can go to, and they have a list of campaigns. They have a list of what they're looking for, maybe the requirements, and you can apply for those and you can get those brands. So yes, you didn't contact them directly, but you're still able to do the campaign for that brand. And then the more you do that and place it on your social media, then the brand will actually recognize you and maybe contact you on their own.
Sierra asks, do you think YouTube is the best place for doing ads? A lot of people try to push you towards YouTube, but doing those videos is a huge undertaking.
YouTube is a lot of work. YouTube is my biggest platform at the moment. That's because I have been on YouTube since 2013. But I will say if you don't want to dive into the YouTube space, because it is a little hard now to grow your following. TikTok, what I've just recently discovered, is amazing for, ads and growing that platform quickly. So Renee actually found me on TikTok, but funny story is I just started using my TikTok again 3 weeks ago. So if I wasn't posting on there and I gained a following pretty quickly on there, she would have never found me, even though I already have Instagram and YouTube as well. So I think if you're looking for something that may be a little easier to still get that same effect, TikTok is the place to start. YouTube can give you larger brand deals and a larger community, but TikTok is just as great.
Okay. Did you have a question, Dr. Rose?
Are you able to monetize TikTok? Because I heard that TikTok is like the king of social media right now because how often they push your content out.
Yes. So when I first started on TikTok, I really didn't know what to do because I'm like, okay, well, I do content creation, I do photos. I'm not going to be like doing trendy singing videos. So I couldn't really find my footing on TikTok. And about 3 weeks ago, I said, you know what, let me just be myself. Let me, do the things that I love to do. So I started doing how-tos on there when it comes to social media. And I've built in 3 weeks, 17,000 followers from starting at 200. So now I will say I have recently over the past few weeks gotten a few emails to work with brands specifically for TikTok. So not only do I still do my brand deals for YouTube and Instagram, but now I just got my first 2 TikTok brand deals.
Nice.
Awesome. Yay. That's
That
so
is
exciting.
awesome. Yep, that's good to hear. I just got on TikTok too, and I'm like, I don't want to do these little dance trends. Like I love to dance, but I'm not gonna be dancing doing these little challenges. But
exactly. And see, the thing is, you have to find what you're already good, like what you like. So there's a community out there for everyone. So don't think that you're alone in this world. Somebody else out here has the same interest that you have. You just have to find your people. And so you don't feel like you have to fit into a box or do what everyone else is doing. Do what you love to do, and then your people will come. That's just how I feel about that.
Are you Cami Dixon on TikTok? I'm gonna follow you right now.
Yeah, so my name is Found by Cami on all platforms. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, great.
Yep. And Cami is from Maryland.
I am from Maryland.
Yes.
Nice.
I was putting it in the chat 1 second. Okay, so I am from Baltimore, Maryland, actually, born and raised, and I moved to Florida 4 years ago. And I will say moving to Florida has definitely, boost my career. I feel like things were a little bit slower when I was back home, and there weren't a lot of people at that time, connecting with me. I feel like I was kind of living a double life. 1 minute I was at the Marriott, working. Next minute I'm trying to film my YouTube videos, and you couldn't walk around with cameras outside like you can now. So it was a little bit different, but moving down here, I just feel like the atmosphere has definitely helped boost my career a lot more.
So Cami's in Florida, so hopefully we'll have time to sync up before I go back. But yes, Cami's here in Florida. I love it. Any other questions, guys? You guys better soak up all this knowledge while you can, because I know we've got some kids on here who are into TikTok and they want to be influencers. So don't be shy. Ask what you want to ask now.
Absolutely.
I did have a question. It just skipped my mind. Hopefully, give me a minute. Hopefully it'll come back.
Okay.
I know, Cami, I'm gonna have to get you to help me with my TikTok. I don't know what I want to do. I have an idea, so I'll talk to you about my idea.
Absolutely. As I learn, I'm just trying to pass everything on. So I'm like, okay, it's enough room for all of us to win. And it is opportunities out there. You might not think that there are, but this is a really good career path if you are naturally just creative and want to just showcase your talents to a broader audience. I have people in all countries that watch me, and it's very impactful when I get a message from someone in London or Africa that, just say they're inspired by what I do or just want to talk or just connect. So I think that's the most beautiful part, is that you can connect with people way out of just your neighborhood.
How do you manage consistency? Because that's my issue. I don't have, between work and I don't have the time to shoot. Do you do batch videos?
I do. I batch
Okay.
a lot of my content. Today is actually a batch day, so I'll be doing that later on today. And I just feel like it takes a lot of the guesswork out. So the more you can get done in one sitting, then you can just post as you need to. And once you get, down to your second or last post, you go ahead and start again. So all you do is change your top. If you're recording, they can't see from the waist down.
Right.
Most of the time I have pajamas on. So, but they never know. And then as far as, photos and things, if you're into photography, I literally pack maybe 5 outfits, shoot them all, and then I'm good for the week. So I think staying consistent is just being proactive instead of reactive. If you, plan and prepare, then you'll be able to get more out and not feel rushed or feel like, you're not doing your best.
That's great advice. I think that Dr. Roz and I struggle with the same thing. It's like, when do you have time to do all of this? But
Right.
trying to do it
All of those
in a
pictures
day
are
may
not
be
on
easier.
different days, guys. They are all the same day.
No, that's smart.
That is very, very smart.
And I was like, I was speaking with my brain. I was like, I cannot post every single day. I do not have the capacity, but understanding how to do it in a batch style makes sense. It makes sense.
Oh yeah,
It does. It does.
actually, I have a video coming up that I'm going to do on how I create a month's worth of content in a week. So when that comes out, I'll definitely share that with you guys.
Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Yes, we'll definitely. And I'll share that with everyone that is signed in today so that they can see that.
I'm following you everywhere.
Shannon said, that is so interesting. Who knew?
Yes, don't
I
let it
know.
fool you guys. That stuff is pre-planned.
And I can't remember the video that I saw of Cammie. And I think I watched it like 5 times and I was like, she's amazing. And I scrolled and then I thought, still on the Teen Summit. Let me go back and find her. I
Thank
would
you so
love for
much.
her to
I
come and
really
talk to.
appreciate that. I love what you're doing. I think this is amazing that, the youth need to know that they can, follow their dreams and do things that maybe is unconventional when it comes to career, and they can be just as fulfilled. I think, like David's saying, the best thing is that you are happy with what you're doing. And when you're genuinely happy, the finances and the income will come.
That's so true. I did have a question for you, for the young people. If they're interested in becoming an influencer, they're under, our kids are between, well, on the call today, 12 and 19, but the girls that we work with on a weekly basis are in middle school. How would you recommend that they start?
I would recommend, now, of course, it would all depend on their parents. You know what I mean? If their parents are open to them being that young, starting something on social media, because it is the other side where you are reaching so many people and there's so many eyes on you. So I think starting off maybe on YouTube, or using maybe something like TikTok where it's just something short and sweet, but you're building that audience. If you want to do more of content that has more of longevity, that you're going to grow with your audience, then definitely start off on YouTube. I think that you can build a big community on there and start getting a lot of eyes on you earlier. So, but if it's something that you're just testing, you just want to see, then definitely maybe like TikTok or Instagram. But YouTube has a very strong longevity when it comes to Instagram. It comes to influencing. So you'll see a lot of people have a YouTube channel at some point, just because it is a lot larger and it's not really going anywhere. You see these apps are unpredictable. Some apps go away, some apps stay. So if you really want something, that's concrete, definitely do YouTube.
That's good advice, because I think Snapchat came and went as quickly as, I've never seen the app go so fast.
And Vine, and I think there was Vine and there was another one, but those people, they also had YouTube channels. So they were able to take their following and their people followed them after they were able to build a good community. But if not, if those apps just something else comes out, now you have to rebuild all over again. So the best bet is to have multiple platforms. So that way people can find you if anything were to happen.
Good stuff.
Yeah, definitely good stuff. All right, let's see. Any other questions?
YouTube, trying to understand YouTube monetization it's hard growing, on YouTube now. It's extremely hard. It's like, oh my God, you think you put out good content and then you may get like 10 views.
Yeah.
How do you increase your views?
I definitely want to piggyback on that. Having multiple platforms helps because, a lot of people that follow me on TikTok right now don't even know that I have YouTube or Instagram. So then they go to my other platforms. So cross promoting definitely helps when you are trying to grow on one platform. You can always promote your stuff on Instagram or your website, email lists, things like that, letting people know you have something new that came out, because in the beginning, it is going to be slower traffic for you, but making sure that you're using those hashtags, you are cross promoting and doing call to actions on your other platforms, like, hey, go watch my video, or hey, have you seen my latest thing? That will definitely drive more traffic.
And what's the sweet spot of the time limit for YouTube for a video where people would pay attention?
That depends, honestly. I can't really say, because certain videos people do want a bit longer. Like if you're doing vlogs or things like that, people definitely want a longer video. But if it's something maybe like an outfit video or a review or something like that, then between, I would say, 5 to 8 minutes. Nothing over 10 minutes, honestly. But if you're doing a vlog, maybe traveling or, family vlogging or things like that, you do want to give people maybe 20 minutes or more.
Okay. Because I try to think about my own attention span, and I'm like, oh, when I see something that's like 45 minutes, I'm like, I don't have time to watch that right now.
Oh, yeah.
You bring up a good point. That's me too. Like if it's like more than 5 minutes, I'll look and see what else I have to do. And I'm like, do I have time to watch this? And then you try to save it and go back. But if it's like a quick, 30 seconds to 2 minutes, I'm all in. Yeah.
Which is why TikTok is so addictive, because
because you can.
Well, the sweet spot too, if you are creating videos on YouTube, the sweet spot is to grab the people within the first minute, 30 seconds to a minute. If you're not grabbing them, they're clicking off.
Yeah.
So, you really want people to be engaged from the very moment. So your intro or your thumbnail, anything that can grab them to, want to see what you're talking about, that really helps. And then people will share it more, because if they were entertained, if they like the information, if they just love your personality, then they're going to share it with their family and friends. So make sure that you're always making shareable content, no matter what platform. As long as your content gets shared, that is what's going to drive it, because it's people actually saying, hey, check this out, versus just random people stumbling upon your video.
No, that's very true, Cammie. I'm glad you said in the first few seconds you got to grab them, because I can't tell you how many makeup and hair videos I sit through, and I don't know how to do makeup, and you guys saw how short my hair is. So, but I'll still sit through it and share it with somebody and be like, oh, you should try this if it's interesting enough. So that's very true.
Yeah,
very much so.
Thank you so much, Cammie. I see our next speaker has joined us. I really appreciate you guys so much. And I hope that the young people took a lot of out of this. I know Dr. Rice and I took a lot out of this, and we will be contacting you, and hopefully you'll come back for our after school program and work with our girls one day. That would be really nice.
I would love that. Whenever I am in town, I will definitely keep you guys posted. And this is just the beginning. So thank you so much for having me today.
Yes, and we're virtual, so whenever you're free, you let us know.
Okay,
Tuesdays, Thursdays are our day.
As long as we're virtual, I'm always there.
Yeah, because we have some really creative girls in our program, in our after school program, really creative. So.
We do.
Can't wait.
Well, thank you so much, Cammie. I'm going to bring up our next speaker.
Thank you guys.
Have a great day. Or you're welcome to stay on. Here is Miss
Hey,
Gigi
Gigi.
Martin. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm
Good.
good. Am I sharing my screen or are you sharing yours?
You're sharing your screen.
I'm sharing my screen. Got it. Let me
Yes,
pull up
please.
your presentation real quick.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Roz and Renee and Miss Butler, Renee Butler, for inviting me again to participate. I always have such a great time with the Gold Grinders group. So I'm just glad that we're doing this team summit and I was able to jump in and be a part of it.
Yes, me
Well,
too.
thank you. We love having you and all of your intellect.
And look, I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to tell everybody on this call. I promise you, Gigi is probably one of the top 10 smartest people that I know in the whole wide world. So you guys listen up.
Thank you, Tiara.
Yeah, thank you guys again for having me. And thank you for that compliment, Renee. So when I saw that the topic, like the theme of today was world of possibilities, it just, I kept racking my brain, like, what will I share? And then I was like, well, I still want to share my story and where I came from and how I got here. But I feel like it's really important to know that, like, planning and figuring out what you want to do, and if that's whatever you're passionate about, and just driving home and doing that thing, it makes every day better. Because, you know, especially the way that we're living now in this virtual world, I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to work. I feel like I'm playing every day because I'm doing what I love. And I think that it takes a while sometimes to find out what that is and how to get there. But that's what I really want to talk about, how to, like, your world of possibilities can go from finite to infinite, depending on what you decide to do in life. And I have two stories I'm going to share today. One is my story and one's like my dad's story. And he didn't give me permission, but I'm still going to share it. And I think that that would help inspire y'all as you go forward in life. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick agenda of what I'm going to go over. But a key thing is, Renee, I guess I should have discussed this with you. Before, we had like a prize that I could give to somebody if they were able to participate and answer how many of my it's like an Easter egg hunt when I'm presenting. And so I want to give them a prize if possible. So I might have to work with you, Renee. Okay. I'll have to work with you to give a prize. So, so my Easter egg is a word that you will see on every slide. How many times you see that word at the end, I'm going to ask, because I feel like that word is the word that drives you to success beyond just planning. You have to do something else besides that. And that word is 7 times on this slide right now. So that's a hint as to what the word is. And hopefully y'all can see that word. It's here 7 times. And yeah, so this is the agenda. Let's get started. Next slide. All right, so I don't know about you guys, but I was so into the Olympics. Like, I was like watching it, like, I don't know, like I was in the race, or my son, like I was rooting for America. And I just think that it's really cool to think about the fact that your world of possibilities are not just limited to here though, right? Your world of possibilities are anywhere in the world, anywhere in outer space. I mean, think about it. We're having folks that are just for fun. They're just flying into outer space for no other reason. These 2 billionaires are contesting to see who gets space first. But when you're my age, it might be normal to say, hey, let's go to Mars, or let's just go up to space and have fun in the space station. Who knows what that will be like? So you just have to think about it. These people, they've been training for years to do an Olympic, to run, to participate, to swim, all the different sports that were a part of this, but they were from around the world. And, you know, sometimes I limited myself to just thinking about getting from A to B. But if we just think that all of life is this kind of run that we're all doing, and some people will be way ahead, like that young lady in the front, or some people might be in the middle of the pack. And some people are a little bit more behind, but that's okay. We're all in life's race together. And your possibilities are infinite. And if that is for you to live in another country or to live off this planet, that's your possibility. And how you hear is what we're going to talk about today. So it doesn't matter if you're starting ahead of everyone or if you're behind, don't you worry. Like, we're all in this together, just the same way all of those. Next slide. So tell you a little bit about myself. There's like 2 slides on me, and then the rest are, I think, on my dad. But I'm currently a chief information officer. You're like, Miss Gigi, what's that? Well, basically anything that has to do with technology in a company.
Hey, Gigi, you're breaking up a bit.
Or even in the have who like helps oversee all the process. Okay, hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, it was a little staticky, and then you were fading in and out. Okay.
Okay, is that a little bit better now?
That's much better, yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm a chief information officer, which really means that in any kind of business, a lot of corporations and even the government have somebody that's going to run all the technology programs and projects and make sure you're spending money well, you're investing on new ideas, you're investing on what you have today and how you're going to make it better. New computers, new phones, new anything that falls into the technology realm. So like I said, every day I come to work, it's like I came to play with my friends after school, because I'm just doing what I like. Every day has a different project. I don't have the same projects every day. And, just I get to think about, hey, what would be really cool for us to have in the future? Or, maybe we need to not continue to do that thing anymore because it's really old. So that's really kind of what I do today. Next slide. There we are. So this slide is super busy. So I do apologize because it used to be 2 slides and I was like, I'm just going to slap it together and make it 1. But this is an overview of like my educational background. I come from, my dad was in the military, so I traveled a lot, and some of my upbringing was in New York and some in New Jersey. And I went to college in Baltimore. I went to Morgan State University, and I just recently got my master's degree from National Defense University, which is where I met Miss Renee. And in the last bubble is a big question mark because I don't know what I'm going to do next, but we are always planning and learning and evolving, and there's always going to be a next step. I think the key on the bottom of this slide is that when I was in college, I did internships. So that bottom left slide is that, internships are important because they help to build you. And sometimes you do something and you're like, I don't even want to do that when I grow up. So maybe that's not for me. It allows you to get work experience and see whether or not that is something that is interest to you. Next slide. Okay, so this is a fun slide. And I know you guys have met with a few people already today before me, and I didn't get to call in, so I don't know what they talked to you about. But STEAM is like my favorite thing. Like, it's science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And they all come together in my world every day. In some people's world, they don't come together every day. But any job in any of those fields will definitely be where you want to go for the future. And I took some snippets from different types of technology and different types of art. One of my favorite things to do is to watch superhero movies. And, when you're watching them, sometimes they have these really cool tools that they're using. And you're like, oh, that could never exist. Well, you know what? Maybe it could. You don't know what technology has that's coming down the pipe that might allow you to do those kind of things. So, or even the way that they design the graphics for a movie. All of that is art and science at the same time, meeting together. And they're just options and choices of careers that are really cool that, hey, I can make a cartoon, I can make the next Marvel movie, I can make, you know, another superhero that's even greater than the one that's my favorite. I mean, all of those really do fall into STEAM. And I think that I would encourage you guys to like look into what those are. And if there's anything that you're interested in those areas and you have any questions, at the end, I give my information and you can always reach out to me. I could give you some suggestions. Next slide, please. So my dad did a lot of things where it came to STEAM, and his life is like a STEAM world. And my mom did a lot of STEAM as well, but I had to pick one. I couldn't do both because I only had 20 minutes and they had me on the clock. So I can't talk all day about how much I love my parents and how proud I am of them. But I could talk about one. And so today I picked my dad, and next time I might pick my mom. So my dad served in the U.S. Air Force. So based on that, at first I thought, hey, maybe I want to join the military. You know, what does that look like for me? So even when I was in college, I looked into it as an option. And, you know, as a person that came from a low income family at the time, finding out that you could have joined the military as an ROTC student and possibly let that pay for you to go to college, that was an option. And some of my friends did do that. But it didn't necessarily pan out to be something for me. But he was an air traffic controller, which is, you know, today with all the flights and getting canceled and stuff like that. But who keeps those flights in the air? Are air traffic controllers. They control the traffic. I mean, think about how traffic is on the road when you're just driving on a car. Imagine it being even worse with all the planes that are in the air and making sure nobody ever crashes, right? So that is a really cool job that is both on the military side because the Air Force does it, but actually the Federal Aviation Administration has a lot of jobs in that area. Again, very science and technology driven because computers are what are telling the people whether or not it's true or not as to where the planes are on the radar. And I thought that was a really cool job. He worked quite a few as I have here. He worked for UPS, and we all know UPS has a lot of things going on. They're shipping, whether or not they continue to exist because Amazon might take them out. We'll see in the future. He worked on phone systems, which is so weird. I put this picture here because I'm pretty sure you guys have never seen a phone connected to a computer like that. But that, if you think about it, that's how we got the phones we have today. Because somebody said, I need to put a phone with a computer so it can do more things. And then they're like, this is really big and clunky and it costs $5,000. Why don't we try to see how we can make it smaller? And now today we're all walking around with a phone that's a computer and it costs less than $700 for that, right? So, I mean, it's amazing how quickly technology can evolve. The other thing that he did, he worked for this company called MCI WorldCom. They don't exist anymore. And they laid fiber optic cable all around the country. And they were trying to compete with AT&T at the time. And AT&T was laying down this fiber optic cable and nobody knew, like, what is this? What are they doing? Well, fiber optics is glass and it allows you to send information quicker through the glass because you're using light and you're going through the glass. And that is what we actually use for our cell phones today. We're connecting to that fiber optic network, to that backbone that is laid all around the country that allows us to use our cell phones today. But at the time they were doing it, it was like, why are they even doing this? But it was for the future. So sometimes you're doing things you don't even know that it's science technology. And the last thing is today he works in the movie industry. So he does a lot with camera work and things like that. And that's why I have the video cameras there. But again, still STEAM, still a life of STEAM. And if he didn't have that foundation in some part of STEAM, he wouldn't have been able to be as versatile throughout his life and always have a job. So next slide, please. So we're back to these people racing, right? So we're all in this race together. And I really want you guys to think about this, because this is what really drives folks to having happy careers or just having a job. One of my coworkers came in today and she was talking to me and she said, I'm not happy here. I feel like this is a job and I don't want to feel that way. And I don't feel like what I do is a job. I feel like I come to work and I have a good time doing what I'm doing, but she's not liking it. What are you passionate about? What's your favorite subject in school? What do you really want to be when you grow up? And, how are you going to get there? You have to set out your goals. You need to plan it out, write them down. And sometimes you have to look back at them. I'm looking back at mine. I have that big question mark on that last slide that you saw where I was saying, hey, but what do I want to be when I grow up? I know you guys are looking at me like she's already grown. What's she talking about? But that's not true. I still have time to grow and learn and continue to evolve. And as long as you're alive, you can keep doing that. So it's really about what do those next steps look like? Next slide. That's all I have for you guys today. I hope I was able to share a little nugget of my life and my dad's life, and that helped inspire you guys to really think about what do I want out of life and how am I going to get there? And like I said, have a plan A, B, and C. Maybe, one job is not for you. Maybe another one is for you. Maybe another opportunity comes and you're like, what, I really would like to try that. But if you don't take the time to study, which is the word that was on every slide, if you don't take the time to study, then you won't be able to do anything. And that is essential to all the things that you want to do. You have to study, you have to plan, and you have to study and you have to plan. And when you study and you're able to prove that you can do the job, then you get the opportunities that are out there. Okay. And yeah, folks, put in the chat how many times study was on my slides.
I'm already putting it in the chat before you ask. They're like, we want this money. All right, I'll give you guys like 5 more seconds. Put it in there. How many times you think? Because we have our next presenter. He is here. All right, Gigi. How many times was study on the presentation?
27.
27. I see Ms. Kaka. Did I pronounce that right? She got it right. Who else? Did I see another 27? No, I didn't. Okay. So can you, last name is Paul, put your Cash App in the chat and we will send you over some money.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was so enlightening and so great. We always love having you, Gigi. I know we've got some kids on here who are interested in STEAM, and you guys will be seeing Gigi again throughout the school year. She comes and volunteers to work with you all in our after school program. So it's a blessing.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you again. Take care.
All right. Take care. All right, Mr. Eric Tyrone, I see that you joined in. Let me find you here. Here you are. Let me add you to the big screen. Uh-oh, why can't I spotlight you? Uh-oh, let me unpin. Well, Gigi's gone. All right, Eric, can you hear me? Eric Tyrone, can you hear me? I do have Zelle. Okay, Eric, we can't see. Oh, you're on mute. We can't see you though. Can you jump on camera? And we can't hear you. So you need to unmute your mic. It won't let you come off. No, that's weird.
Probably because, did we mute all at one point?
I did not mute all.
I think we have to look at me trying to problem solve here, knowing I don't know what I'm doing, but I think we have to
How about Eric
Give
Tyrone?
him permission
I'm
to
gonna make you a,
unmute.
I did do that. I'm gonna make you a co-host, Eric. And let's see if you're able to now unmute. Hey, Eric, you want to log out and log back in and see what happens? We got you on the big screen, Rob.
Me?
Yeah.
Looking crazy? Oh, I
Yeah.
only see you. I can't see me.
Oh, you can? All right, I'm gonna change it to gallery view for a quick second. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming. Hopefully Eric can jump out and jump back in.
I'm glad I wasn't sitting here looking crazy or doing anything crazy.
Katrina, you want to do a 10-second plug for the Ivy Investment Club while Eric logs in and comes back?
Hey, Trina.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
On behalf of the Ivy Investment Club, I just want to introduce myself and also the Ivy Investment Club President, Michelle White. I do see her on here. I am the Vice President, Katrina Dixon Patterson. I'm also on the board of directors here at Go Grinders, and we're so happy to help sponsor this event today. Hopefully you all have gotten some amazing cash prizes thus far. And I look forward to listening to the rest of the presenters for today. You all look amazing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We got Eric back in. All right, Eric, let's try this one more time. Where'd you go? Eric.
There he is.
Okay, Eric, here we are.
Hey,
All right. Yay, here we go. All right.
Success. Hey, Eric.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh, is that Mr. Eric Tyrone? The
That
famous Eric
is.
Tyrone.
The famous Eric Tyrone.
There he is. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep,
we can hear you now.
Perfect. I had my son's 6-month doctor visit, and so that ran just a little bit late. So I am almost at my office, but I figured I'd make sure that I showed up on time to converse with everybody.
Well, yes.
We appreciate that.
Yes.
Today has been a day of we had a couple little technical difficulties, but we're good.
Of
So
adjusting. Yep.
yes, we're making it work. So everyone has all the bio. So we're gonna go ahead and give you the floor and let you talk.
Excellent. So hi guys, my name is Eric Tyrone. I am an attorney here in Maryland and in Maryland and DC, and I own my own law firm. It's called the Tyrone Law Group. And so I was asked to talk to you a bit about entrepreneurship, okay, which is basically owning your own business, and kind of talk about a little bit about where I've come from, and what it is that I do in my practice. And so I'll tell you, I am originally from Austin, Texas. My dad was in the Air Force, so I traveled around a lot. I moved around a lot. But ultimately, I went to undergrad college at the University of Columbia University in New York City, and law school at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. And so, in traveling, to these different places, I've met a lot of people, and was able to engage and find people like Renee, and she's been a big help with me and opening my own business. So after I left Madison, Wisconsin, I moved here to Maryland, and I began sitting for the bar exam. And it's a difficult exam that you have to pass in order to be able to serve as a lawyer and work for the people of your community. So I passed that exam in 2012 or 2011. In 2012, I got sworn into the bar, and my dear friend Renee was the first person to give me a business loan to help me open up my business. And I had to purchase a cell phone that could accept payments and file the appropriate documentation with the state of Maryland to open up the business. And my dear friend Renee was the one source that I used to help me expand in that way. And so, what I do as an attorney, with my own practice is, I try to help people. The practice areas that I use are primarily what's called estate planning and personal injury. Okay, and so personal injury is one of those situations where, let's say you're in your car, you're driving around, and somebody hits you in your car, and it's not your fault, and they have, sometimes they injure you or your family members that are in your car. And so it's my job to go back and reach out to their insurance company to make sure that their insurance company pays to help you get better, so that you can go to the doctors that you need, as well as so that you can go to see physical therapy, doctors and physicians, whatever you need to make yourself better. And so it is a really important part of the process to make sure that that you can actually heal and actually have compensation, because some people have to take days off work, so they're not able to go to work, get the same paycheck that they normally do. So I have to go help them get those funds back and return those funds to them. In addition, when I talk about the estate planning side of things, that's when I help people with wills or trusts that can allow people to leave their house and their assets to their children and to their family. So it's important that it's a really important part of life, and it's an important part of my practice as well. And so that's a little bit about about what I do with my firm. But I think it's really important to talk about the importance of entrepreneurship, because my dad used to have a saying when I grew up. He used to say, "You'll never get rich working for somebody else." And I'll repeat that one more time, because you'll never be rich working for somebody else. Now, I think he's talking about financially, because I think you can be rich in more ways than one. So maybe if you really love your job and you love what you do, I think you can be rich whether you have a ton of money or not. But one thing I think he was talking about financially, in that people are only going to pay you a portion of what you're actually worth until you set your own net worth and set your own value. And when you do that, then you get to decide what it is that you're worth, and you get to work as hard as you can, want, or need in order to make the kind of money that you want. Or if you want to make more, you're going to give yourself that ability to as well. And so, the best part about being an entrepreneur is, it's your job, it's your business. When you decide to work late, you're doing it for you, not for somebody else. When you decide to stay up and spend, extra time preparing for something, you're doing that for you and your reputation, not necessarily for somebody else to profit or make, to make, their ends meet, and leaving you hanging. And I think it's just so important to understand that those people that you're thinking about that have come, and a lot of people that have come and gained their own high net worth and created their own wealth, has come from people that have kind of started their own business or businesses, and decided to have multiple streams of income in multiple ways to provide for them and their families. And so that's why entrepreneurship is so near and dear to my heart, because it's kind of how I go about on my daily life. Renee, was there anything else that you got, or kind of other questions you wanted me to answer about or talk about for the young people?
Yeah, talk to them a little bit about what it takes to start your own business. And I think a word that a lot of us hear, grit. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Okay, so yeah, it definitely takes a lot of focus, a lot of determination. It takes some tough skin, some thick skin, because in no matter what job you have, I believe all jobs are going to come with a certain level of stress, because either whether you're working for somebody else or whether you're working for yourself. So what is important is that in the event, if you start working for yourself, to have grit means to have to make sure that you can get up the next day when somebody attempts to knock you down, or find a way to be nice to somebody who doesn't necessarily have your best interest in mind, because it may serve a better purpose for you. And so I know that there are, a lot of people that have, that go through, a lot of, unpleasant things with their job, but the grit that it takes for, each individual person that serves as a business owner to be able to survive and continue to thrive, in business, in times like right now where, coronavirus and COVID-19 has been really challenging to everybody. Well, businesses, you kind of still have to thrive and grow and make your own path. And, that's the pleasant thing. That's also the scary thing, because, sometimes making your own path is, it's sometimes easier to make a paved path than it is to pave your own. But I encourage people to, spend the time, take the time, and spend the time trying to understand what it is that you want, what it is that you love to do. My dad used to say, you spend the time and learn what you love and do what you love for a living, you'll never work a day in your life. It'll be like you're just going to, your career, and it's different than going to a job or something that is task oriented.
Perfect. And so since you brought up the financing part, I do want to share with the kids, sometimes, starting your own business, you need money. It takes a lot. I've been there. I was in Eric's shoes, and other people on this phone have been in Eric's shoes, where you need money. So you reach out to any and everybody that you think may give you a loan, may say, hey, I see what you're doing. Let me just donate a couple dollars to you. Or you may even need to go to a bank and get a business loan, which is one thing that I did. I needed it was costing me about $500,000 to start the business that I started. And so I had to go to the bank and ask for a loan. So there's a lot of components when it comes to entrepreneurship, but I think the biggest thing is the preparing and being ready for that ride, like Mr. Tyrone said, knowing that you need to be able to get up when people knock you down, because they're going to try to knock you down over and over and over, but you got to get back up, especially if it's your passion, because the end game is you being successful. And so, like Mr. Tyrone just said, you'll wake up every day loving what you do, and it won't feel like work. So I think that's a good takeaway. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Tyrone before we go to our next speaker? I'm so glad you were able to join us. This was good.
No,
This was
thanks
good.
so much for having me. I absolutely love to help, and I look forward to seeing some future lawyers on this call later on.
Absolutely. Yes. We'll have to have you come back and do a segment with our after school kids.
You
our
offering
after school programs.
internships, E? You got any internships for our babies?
Well, we'll talk about that offline and see if we can do something.
Okay.
Okay, I
All right.
like it. I like it. All right. Thank you so much.
You're very
We are
welcome. Talk to you
gonna
later.
okay,
Bye,
take
Rob.
care.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
sweetie.
All right, Dr. Roz, will you
Yes,
give,
ma'am.
let me find you. Oh, here's Monique. Okay, perfect. I didn't see Monique. I see you
Oh yeah,
now.
she's been on all
Yes.
day.
Oh, perfect. Yay. So
Hey, Mo.
welcome, Monique. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to having you. As you've heard, ladies and gentlemen, her bio is in the packet that I sent out this morning. So I am going to turn the floor over to you now.
Okay, great. So, just to give you a background of myself, I graduated with a degree in chemistry from Stevenson University in 2013. And that same year, I commissioned through Johns Hopkins ROTC program. I believe that Gigi was talking about how you can get ROTC or get the Army to pay for college. So I did join ROTC because college is a little expensive. So I got them to pay for part of my undergraduate degree. And they actually did pay for, I also received my master's in occupational safety and health with a focus on environmental management in last year in 2020. And the Army actually fully paid for that. I just had to add a little bit more time to my service. So they covered my full tuition for my master's degree for my master's program. So they actually helped me cover or pay for multiple degrees. Currently, right now, I work or I'm active duty military due to the COVID-19 response. So I am a CBRN and logistics officer. So I deal with chemical, biological, radionuclear incidences. Right now, it depends on who you talk to. Some people consider this a biological incident. So I work in emergency response, emergency management. So I was actually at the National Guard Bureau when all of this first happened. And I worked with a lot of senior leadership to give them guidance on how to handle the pandemic in the States and overseas, and how we should respond to it, or how we should respond to it safely. I also assisted with the what we like to call civil disturbance that happened last year. Also, our coordinator assisted with coordination for support efforts for that. Recently, the most recent thing is I've been working on a task force to ensure the equitable distribution of the COVID-19 vaccination throughout the state of Maryland. And I also I'm a special case to where I also work for the Air Force on the civilian side, and I write environmental health and safety policy for the Air Force. So how I got here, so I actually had multiple majors in college because I didn't necessarily know what I wanted to do when I first got out of high school. I shouldn't say I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to do something in science. My my first major in college was nursing. Then I realized that I don't really like people that much, so I don't want to be around people all the time, especially sick people. So then I changed my majors to medical technology, and I had one of the chemistry teachers. I had to take a chemistry course, and she asked me, she was like, "Why are you in this major?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I just knew I wanted to stay in the science field." And she was like, "No, you're too smart to be in medical technology. Come be a chemistry major." And so I became a chemistry major. So my full degree is actually a chemistry with a minor in psychology and a focus in biology, because at the time they didn't have biochemistry. And I was going to go to pharmacy school at one point, but then I realized that that is not my calling, and that's not really what I wanted to do. So I decided to make the environment safer for everybody, safer for people, by ensuring I don't want to say destruction, but ensuring the proper transportation and proper disposal of hazardous material substances and things like that. So I know that I don't know if I'm talking over you guys. I know I just said a lot of stuff about science about the Army and about different things. Some advice that I would give everybody is to, I know everybody's saying study, 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 and learn as much as you can. I don't want to keep beating or keep saying those different things. But one thing I will keep saying, that everybody keeps saying, is just to make sure you're happy. I think that people underestimate, or people don't understand the importance of happiness. And you don't need, like, money doesn't really make you happy. Different things like that make you happy. But I think that if you're doing something that you love or something you like, the money's gonna come. And honestly, in most cases, happiness is really happiness and peace of mind is really where you really want to be at, or when you grow up, when you get older. Do we have any questions? Anything for the kids? Anybody have any questions about anything? I know I don't look like a typical Army officer, but I promise I'm a captain in the Army. I could tell you that. I don't look like this in uniform. That's another thing I should tell you is one thing I want everybody to know is that be yourself, be your true and authentic self. Even if you don't look like the people you're in a room with, like I've been in plenty of rooms where nobody looks like me, but I'm there because I'm supposed to be there.
So I have a question. If any of the children on here are interested in going into the military, I am always amazed at the benefits that the military offers. Could you talk a little bit about some of the pros of going into the military?
Yes. So other than paying for school, they actually also pay for professional certificates and ongoing certification. So I actually just finished the Lean Six Sigma course, which is like a business processing course. So I don't have a major in business, but I'm somewhat good at it. So I decided to get these certifications to make me more marketable to these to corporate America, in a sense, because like what I do is more blue collar, or more very science driven, but I kind of want to break through and get into the corporate America, the corporate world. So I do actually just finished a phone call or a conference for the military to pay for my PMP, which is a program management certificate. And what else? There's also job opportunities, to where some companies have military pathways or military programs, or programs for military to come work for them. Most of the work that I've done has been as a government contractor because of the area that we live in. So I worked for government agencies such as the Food and Drug Administration. I worked at the Environmental Protection Agency. And right now, my position with the Air Force is actually at the Defense Health Headquarters for the entire Department of Defense. So we get a clearance, which also helps with job opportunities or different jobs or different places. What other military? There's I don't know if the kids would even know about this, but there's discounted healthcare. So our healthcare doesn't cost as much. We're able to get a somewhat discounted healthcare. There are there's actually a lot of educational benefits. So whereas even if, let's say I wanted to go get another master's program, if I went to University of Maryland, my tuition would be 50% off. So I would only have to pay 50% of what the University of Maryland tuition is. And that's just by being a Maryland Guardsman. That's just the discount that they give us for being a Maryland Guardsman.
There are piggyback off of that real quick. I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen that are listening, it's very important, especially in some of the careers that you go into, if they're in STEM, to have some certifications as well as the education piece. So if you are like in high school, I know that some schools and organizations are offering certain like technology certifications that they're willing to pay for. If you guys ever have those opportunities, take them, because they're very expensive, as well as any other training that's offered. Like you said, you want to get your PMP. Luckily I was able to get mine for free through a training class that was offered by a former employer. So You know, when you guys, even when you have your first small job, take advantage of all of the training and educational opportunities that an employer may offer you. Okay.
Yeah, so actually talking about or thinking about the different jobs that I've had. One job that most people, there's two jobs that most people don't know that I've worked because of my field. So I used to work at Victoria's Secret for a long time, where people don't understand that that customer service piece is actually very important in other fields or when dealing with or working with people in general. So whereas a soft skill, as we like to call it, or a skill that a lot of people don't have is communication or the ability to talk to people. So if you can develop those skills now as a kid or as a child, that'll be very helpful for you in different fields, especially in the science field, because there are not very many people who can speak to or who can engage an audience and discuss the science field and different things like that, because they talk above people or they don't know how to talk to people because they're just used to having their heads in the books. That's one thing. My other job that most people don't know about is where I used to work at the passport office. I used to make passports, which is also giving me the knowledge to understand the world around us, or like not just America, because we are very I forgot the technical term for it, but we're very like us focused, America focused, where if you look at the world around us, as you can see, the pandemic has showed us that something that wasn't made here or started here is definitely affecting a lot of what we're doing or what's going on in our world today. Any of the kids got questions about anything? Military, chemistry?
I have a question, Monique.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the difference between being an officer and being enlisted, and what it's like being a woman in the military?
Oh yeah. So the different places that I've gone to, the different things I've gone to. So let me answer your first question first. The difference between being an officer and enlisted. As a officer, we are the planners. We are the ones who analyze and we look at the details and we make decisions. Enlisted are the doers. So I am the person who makes the plan. I give you the plan and you go and you do it as an enlisted person. They have more, I don't want to say they have a bunch of more MOSs or more occupations in service than we do, but essentially their job is to take care of the soldiers and to execute. Whereas I'm the person that makes the plan. I'm the person that goes, okay, well, we need to coordinate this for this. If we're going to the field for this many days, we make sure we have this much food, these different things. And I do the planning process. So I'm the person that does everything beforehand, whereas the enlisted, they do everything the day of, or they handle everything that's happening right then and there. As a woman in the military, I was actually very lucky in a sense that being in the Maryland Army National Guard, we have a lot of strong female leadership, actually a lot of strong Black female leadership in the Maryland Army National Guard. So whereas the highest ranking person at one point in the military was a Black female, it's General Singh and or Dr. Singh. The current ATAC, who I work with very closely, Brigadier General Burkhead, is it's also a Black female. She's actually from the Eastern Shore area of Maryland. She went to Hampton University. She is also, like I said, I was very lucky to have these women, because if you don't, I think the one thing that people don't understand is if you don't see people like you at the top, you're not going to think that you can make it to the top. If you don't have that representation, you don't think that, oh, well, what am I doing here if I can't make it up as far as some of these other people? There have been struggles or different things that I've dealt with being a female or Black female in the military, especially when I went to go commission through Johns Hopkins University. I was the only Black female to commission in my class. I was the second Black female to commission in over 30 years through the Johns Hopkins ROTC program. So it's an interesting program or interesting entity, being an officer in the Guard or being an officer in the Army, being a Black female officer in the Army. A little over, not even over a year ago, maybe a few months ago, I couldn't even wear my hair the way I'm wearing it right now in uniform, because they would have considered it unkept and out of regulation. So that's one thing that the things have been changing for the better, because they're understanding that a lot of the regulations, a lot of rules were made for or made against certain cultures for no reason, or for other than racism or to be prejudiced.
Oh, wow, that's great insight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great insight. Someone said, did it worry you that you had no specific one thing you wanted to do? One of the things I've been told is you are interested in everything and stuff. Secondly, as someone who's interested in chemical engineering, what do you think are the roles that colleges and universities can play in introducing green technology and slowly moving towards less harmful, and two, cycle economics instead of linear production where it is disposed? All right, Ernest.
That's
That
a
is a
great
very
question.
detailed question. Okay, so the first thing was it did worry me a little bit, but I have nieces and nephews that are your age. I tell them that when you're 18, 17, 18 years old, you should really know what you want to do with the rest of your life, because you haven't been able to make any decisions about your life so far. So it's just like to expect a 17 or 18-year-old to make a decision about where they want to do for the rest of their life is a little, for me, in my opinion, is a little outlandish. Like, how do you expect a kid to be able to make that decision who wasn't able, most kids weren't taught to make decisions about themselves, especially about the rest of their life, within a month or 2 months, or maybe even a 6 month to a year time frame. So I think that I would say do something that you love or something that you like doing. So for me, I picked chemistry because I found it to be challenging. Uh, it challenged me in high school. I kind of steered away from it at first in college, but then I realized that it's not as bad as I thought it was. It's not as difficult as I thought it was. So that is actually the main reason why I picked chemistry, or was actually didn't mind transitioning over into chemistry, because it piqued my interest and kept me focused in class to where I have a slight short attention span. So it kept me focused, or it kept me engaged. So I thought it was definitely the thing for me. And then, like I said before, I'm actually very good at business. I'm very good at understanding the business side of things and understanding the planning side of things. So that actually got me to get my secondary MOS, which is like my military occupational service, which is logistics, because there's a lot of business, a lot of planning, a lot of money, a lot of different things goes into that. And then what you can do is you can get certifications or professional certifications after you've gotten that degree that'll help you break into that field. I think that some colleges and universities are actually on the path to creating more green and economic or environmental, not economic, because that's more so the money side, but I think I know what you're trying to get at. They're trying to move to more green technology because that's what the country or the world is moving towards. So I know that most people don't pay attention to politics at this age, but if you look at one of the things that President Biden announced, that he wants all electric cars by 2030, I believe, or he wants 50% of the cars on the road to be electric by 2030. That is going to push universities and other places to that goal, and to introduce that green technology into the schools, because everybody wants to be on the forefront, or everybody wants to be the breakthrough for these different things. I'm slightly confused about what you mean cycle economies instead of linear production. So do you mean as in like creating more of a recycle versus a one-time use? And I don't know what they got. I'm assuming that you mean recycle instead of one-time use. So
He
a
said
lot of
yes.
different. Okay, that's what I thought. So a lot of different companies, or a lot of different states and counties are in the process of trying to introduce more recycle or reuse different things. So when I worked at the Food and Drug Administration, Montgomery County has a process to where if you are a large infrastructure, or if you are a large part of their waste stream, you are required to have a certain amount of waste that is recycled and a certain amount that is composted, and then you can have a certain amount that's actually just waste. and they're actually in the process of forcing, or I shouldn't say force, encouraging these companies to be more into the recycle and reuse part. To where a lot of companies that I've worked for also in the process of trying to reuse and recycle. The company that I work for, when I was a contractor at Triumvirate Environmental, we actually were one of the first companies to recycle medical waste. So the needles, the plastic, and the different things that are used during medical procedures, or different things to where they can't be decontaminated, we would turn them into plastic lumber, and we would sell the plastic lumber. And so it was a way for us to diminish our use or our dependence on wood, which is actually a big thing right now because of what's going on with the lumber industry. And then also to recycle some waste that most people will only consider linear, as you stated, when exactly it can be recycled into something else. And I'm assuming that you're asking what will happen if the enlisted didn't execute. I've actually dealt with that before a little bit. So we have different processes for that. So for example, most of the time soldiers don't just not do what they're told just to not do it, but that is a thing to where there are counseling statements, as we like to call them, and there are and then if it gets to a certain level, we do diminish, or we do take away pay. We do add additional duties depending on what exactly was done. So as like privates or like the younger soldiers, they'll get additional KP, which is like they'll have to go serve food at the chow hall or something, or they'll have to clean more than they used to or something like that. But it doesn't happen. I think it more so with the senior enlisted. If that does happen, then they'll get a diminished pay, or they'll get in the Army. I know that there's like a thing called in school, they tell you there's like a permanent record. In the Army, there really is a permanent record, and there's documentation that definitely does follow you. And if you don't do these things, the documentation does follow you. And I have seen people's careers end or be halted, or be substantially snubbed, or I'm blanking on the term, but they have not been able to promote because of things that they've done to where they didn't execute, they didn't listen, or they didn't do what they were told. Any more questions? And
Nope,
we have that was actually a good question. I appreciate that.
Yep. If you guys have any more questions, put them in the chat and Monique can answer them in the chat. We have our next presenter here. Monique, I want to say thank you so much. I know that some of the careers in STEM, like chemistry and all that stuff, is very unique and very specific. And for those kids who are, they spark an interest in it, we always like to make sure that we bring in speakers that can talk about their journey and what it looks like, and that it's really not as boring as some people think it is, or as difficult. So thank you so very much.
No problem. And no, it's not boring. No 2 days are the same with what I do.
Exactly. All right. Thank you. I see Raquel Short, our next speaker, is here. Hi, Raquel. I'm going to bring you to the stage. Here we go. So everyone has seen your bio in our packet. So I am going to turn the floor over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm trying to get to presenting in Canva. I'm not sure why it's not letting me present. It's saying that since Zoom is using my camera, it doesn't want to let me.
Let me see.
Really quick. Apologies for the delay. I really thought it would let me go through with no issues. But yeah, so I can still get started while this is downloading. For those of you, well, you guys have seen my bio. My name is Raquel Short. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, studying pharmaceutical sciences. And as many of you may know, I am Renee's daughter. And so it's a pleasure to be here today to talk with you guys. So what I might do, I'm going to share my screen, but we're just going to go through this the old-fashioned way. How do I share? All right, so I have a small presentation, but I just want to walk you through my story very briefly. Can you guys see my screen? Or no?
Yes,
Are you?
ma'am.
Okay,
We can see
perfect.
your screen, yes.
All right, so let me make this a little bigger. Close that. Perfect. All right. So the title of my presentation today is called The Divine Destiny, and it'll make a little more sense as I go along, but essentially what I'm trying to say is through every step of the way and the step of my journey has led me to exactly where I am today, even when I've pushed towards something else. And so what I really mean by that, well, like I said, I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And so what I do here is I study protein structure. And the way that we do that is use what's called mass spectrometry, which is basically weighing things at the atomic level. So it's just a huge scale that will analyze particles that are really, really, really small. And so what we do is we tag our proteins and then we weigh them so that we can get their structure from their sequence. And then what my lab does is we do a lot of method development. So now we're responsible for building these platforms and modules that allow us to study protein structure in a novel way and then make it easier. And so a little bit about me, I graduated from the illustrious Morgan State University with a BS in biology. And I also put my high school education on here because it is a part of my story, but I went to Eleanor Roosevelt High School in their science technology program. And so my current interests lie in holistic health and nutrition. In my academic realm, it's protein footprinting, statistical programming through the programming language R. I use mass spectrometry, as I said before, and we do proteomics method development. And so that's what I'm really interested in. But on the side, I like to travel and experience new cultures. So the beginning of my story really starts when I was young. My elementary school allowed kids to do science fairs when I was really, really young. I started in like maybe kindergarten or first grade. So every year we get our project together or get my project together. I would have the help of my mother and grandmother. So we would get a project together and we would present. And at a certain age, I got to a point where I was winning awards and they would send me to the county fairs, right? And so in elementary school, this is a lot of fun. You get to meet a lot of new people. And that's sort of where it began. And so when I graduated, or I guess got promoted and went to middle school, I continued the same thing. I tried out for the science fairs as a requirement, but then ended up getting sent to the county fairs. And what was really cool about that is at the middle school level, I was winning cash rewards, cash prizes, and winning presentation competitions, which is really nice because that prepped me for public speaking. And that transcended directly into my high school career. As I said, I went to Eleanor Roosevelt High School in their science technology program. And so as a requirement for that, you have to build your own project, which is called the Research Practicum Project. And then you present it at the end of the year. And then if granted, you'll get to go to the county fair and things like that. With that foundation, prepared me to go to the illustrious Morgan State University, where I could obtain a BS in biology. And so when I went in, my idea, because I was a student athlete, I was playing two sports at the time, basketball and volleyball, was, well, if I like sports so much, why don't I do physical therapy? And so in my head, like, this is where my passion lied. I'm like, you know what? I love being an athlete. I love the healing process and sort of helping them get better and recovering from injuries, because I myself had some injuries. And so I was like, let me go to Morgan. They don't have an accredited program, but I'll major in biology. That way I can have some flexibility and go from there. And so as time went on, I realized a lot of my time was spent in the lab. I didn't really do anything to get a DPT. I wasn't gaining the hours that I needed to apply for graduate school. I wasn't doing internships or anything like that. And so as I was rounding out my matriculation at Morgan, I was thinking to myself, well, what am I going to do next? And so this man right here, Dr. Kadir Aslan, I know the picture is really blurry. I couldn't find the original. Dr. Kadir Aslan, who most graciously let me in his lab my freshman year, all the way up to my senior year, he was like, you should really pursue a career in science and in STEM. I see you're passionate about this. And I wrote an entire proposal. It was awarded money. So this is what this is for. This picture was, I had won a health research concepts competition where I wrote basically a mini NIH proposal and applied for funding. And so I got a $1,000 cash prize and $5,000 to conduct the research. And so this is what I spent doing my entire senior year at Morgan. And that was the first real introduction to research in terms of me conceptualizing an idea and bringing it to life. And that was really important for me. That was a really pivotal moment in my career. And I am honored to know this man and humbled that he saw the potential in me in science. And so that laid an even stronger foundation for where I am now at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And so a little bit of what I do, because I want to give you a sneak peek into my lab before I end my presentation. But a little bit of what I do, like I said before, I tag proteins and I use what's called a mass spectrometer to look at their structure, right? And I do this by weighing it. But in simple, this is how we tag our protein. We use hydrogen peroxide and an excimer laser. This is the same laser that they use for LASIK surgery, just a different wavelength. And so we'll turn our hydrogen peroxide into hydroxyl radicals with this laser energy, because the laser is going to break it apart, right? It's going to break the molecules of the peroxide apart, turn it into this radical, right? And that's going to label our protein. After we go through some typical steps to purify our sample and make sure we get it ready for the mass spectrometer, because it has to be in a certain condition, we'll then run it through and do data analysis. I'm not going to go through all of this in depth. But that's the gist of what we do. We tag a protein in 2 different states, look at its structure through using a really, really huge scale. And so to simplify my particular interest in my graduate studies, what I do is I use the same footprinting technique, but I'm looking at 3-dimensional disease states. So before I was looking at a spheroid, which is described here, it's usually a monoculture or one culture of a certain type of tissue. For spheroids, I was looking at a colorectal cancer model. And now I'm moving into organoids, which is going to recapitulate more of a natural environment that you can find your organs in. So this is supposed to mimic closer to an organ rather than just one cell type or one cell type. So working with one cell type versus one tissue type. And so we're increasing our complexity so that we can get to more or extract information that's more biologically relevant. Another part of my interest is statistical programming through the data language R. And so I'm building a data analysis platform for our lab now, which I am enjoying. And then, like I said, overall, my goal is to develop new methods to streamline our workflows and streamline proteomics in general. And so this is a picture, this is an old picture of our lab. We need to take some new ones, but this is my boss, Dr. Lisa Jones, and some of the graduate students and postdocs that are in our lab. In the future, I hope to go into terpene testing using mass spectrometry. So I kind of want to dabble in the different areas that I'm working in now, but kind of expand on them in industry. I'm also thinking about doing data analytic solutions for pharmaceutical industry leaders and developing new approaches to either streamline our proteomics workflow or streamline FPOP in general. And so here's my contact info. I'm going to leave this up for a brief second, but like I said, I want to take you guys through my lab. Let me see if I can, so I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Let's go on a little journey. So for students who are thinking about going into science, this is, sorry, masks are mandatory in the lab now. So if you're thinking about going into science, these are the kind of things that you'll get to work with. And so in my opinion, I get to deal with a lot of cool toys. I call them toys, but they're very high-tech instruments. And they're there usually to simplify your life or to make experiments go easier, go smoother. And so one of my favorite toys is this instrument. We call them Optimus Prime. You can see our little transformer. So all of our instruments are pop culture labeled or named. And so this is Optimus Prime. He does all of our sample handling, and it's automated through this system here. And so this is basically a computer system that will tell him each and every step of how to process our samples. And so we love Optimus. He does his job. Here's more of his name and symbol. But he makes our lives a lot easier. So every step he does eliminates a step that we have to do. So next we have our lasers. As I said before, we work with a type of laser called an excimer laser. It's the same one they use, but a different wavelength. And so here are our lasers. This is Hawkeye, and this is Black Widow. Or not Black Widow, this is Okoye. Apologies, Okoye is back here. Yeah, this is Okoye. And these are the platforms that allow us to label our proteins, right? And so we do our labeling in biological systems as well as simple systems. But we have the versatility to do both because we have multiple lasers. In the last place, I want to show you guys, so like I said before, I work with three-dimensional models called spheroids or organoids. And in order for you to make sure that they are growing properly, you have to maintain them and take care of them in hoods, in sterile hoods like these. And then to keep them happy and growing, we keep them in these incubators, right? And so these are kept with CO2 and set at 37 degrees because that's their happy temperature. And that's how they have their, that's how they maintain their homeostasis. And then so you end up getting workspaces. These are our lab benches. You can see we have typical science materials, pipettes, hot plates, things to vortex. Same on this side. And then we have several rows of these, right? Because these are entire lab spaces. So these are my colleagues' work. And then finally, we go back. This is our write-up space, or where we do a lot of our reading and writing. If we need to talk with each other as colleagues, we'll come and do it here. But yeah, that's this of sort of what I do, how I got here. I would say one of the biggest blessings that's a part of my story is just having the ability to explore my early interest in science. My mother and grandmother afforded me any interest flexibility if I showed, thanks, mommy. If I, once it was very clear that I was still interested in science and I was looking into doing these different things, they kind of just let me go with it, right? And because of their flexibility and understanding and really grace, I was able to get to where I am today, which is at the graduate level, pursuing a PhD. For those who are minorities, it's not many of us here. And in my opinion, it's pretty remarkable to have landed up here. And so have worked really, really hard to get here. I only have a couple of colleagues that look like me or come from a different background or underrepresented minority background. And it's really important to just explore different things, see what you like, see what sticks, and follow that. Find your passion and then find a way to make your passion make money for you, right? And so if my passion was science and STEM and research, getting this PhD will give me the opportunity to pursue those things and pursue those dreams. And so through a lot of hard work and a couple of, not different directions, but little stagger steps, I was able to work towards getting this opportunity. And as I'm working to finish up, working to create a career that aligns with my passion and my interests.
You know, I wish I had a picture from when you were little and you had that lab coat on.
I know, I was
doing
trying
an
to find
experiment. It just hit me that, you know, who knew that when you were in kindergarten and first grade and you were doing science fair projects and we were doing them for fun and, you know, to get the exposure, to teach you how to do it, you know, to prepare you. I never in a million years thought that you would grow up to be a research scientist.
I know, a scientist in the lab. It's so crazy.
Yes, and you actually talking today really took me back through that journey. And what you said, and what I think a lot of people today have said is, you know, as you're walking through your path, you don't necessarily always have to know what you want to do or where you're going to land, but all of those experiences and the culmination of those will get you where you're ultimately supposed to be. So this was, I almost have tears in my eyes. This was really good. Can you talk a little bit about the plant-based prodigy and how that plays into what you're doing?
Awesome. So as I was at Morgan, as I was a student at Morgan, I was trying to think of ways that I could function better as a student. I was tired of feeling sluggish for class, and just for the heck of it, one week I was like, let me go vegan, see what it does, see what this is about. I see a lot of people talking about it. Let me just try it. So I tried it and I was like, oh, I feel a lot better. I have more energy. I'm able to focus a little bit longer. And so it was good. Kept doing it for a while. And then one day I was like, man, I've had a really long day. Let me worked hard, let me get a chicken box. So I went to hip hop, got my chicken box, got my fries. And I took one bite and almost puked. And so that was my body sort of telling me, like, we're not going back to that. I like the plants, give me the plants. And so every step that I would take where I would like, oh, let me try to revert back to meat or seafood, my body completely shut the idea down. And so that really sparked my interest in plants and holistic healing, because then it made me ask more questions. Okay, well, why is my body starting to reject this? Why is it that I feel better when I eat more plants? And so digging down these rabbit holes of understanding like disease pathology, and then questioning why we have certain cultures and paradigms that revolve around food, down to our eating habits, what we eat, how often we eat, why we eat certain things, why we food combine, led me into this like deep interest where I found myself reading about plants and holistic healing, holistic health. And so I ended up getting a certification. I think this was going into my second year in grad school. And yeah, and so it's kind of taken off. What I'm doing now is just trying to build not a client base, but I just want to reach people right now. I just want to get people where they are and let them know like eating plant-based is not as hard as it seems. It's a lot healthier and results in higher long-term health outcomes. And that's really what I want to drive. When you eat plant-based, you are putting far less carcinogenic compounds into your body through processed foods, meat or cheese. Like I said, you have a longer health outcome. And it is a good restorative and preventative measure for many chronic diseases. And so where I come from, the Black community, I see people who look like me all the time suffering from diet-induced diseases. And so if you're curious about that in general, just Google diet-induced diseases, right? And there are so many that we particularly suffer from because of how we eat and what we eat. And so I want to rethink about how we perceive nutrition and perceive eating. Instead of eating simply for pleasure and because it tastes good, we can restructure our brains to think, well, why don't I eat for nourishment? What can I do to restore my body? What is my body missing that it's trying to tell me it needs that I'm not giving it because I'm so worried about what tastes good? And yeah, that's a little bit about the Plant-Based Prodigy. If you're curious, check me out on Instagram, spelled exactly how it sounds.
And she's also on TikTok, right?
Yeah, I'm working on TikTok too. I love making a bunch of recipes. And so I will be releasing an ebook coming soon, hopefully in the coming months. That'll just bring more pieces of my story together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Raquel. Does anyone have any questions? I know we have Miss Katrina and Miss White here.
I'm not sure if he's, oh no, it looks like he's just swirling some putty around.
Okay.
That's great, Rocky. Thank you for the tour.
Absolutely. I see a question. What is it like labeling proteins? In my opinion, it's a bunch of fun. I can show you a video really quick of what an experiment looks like. It's a time lapse, so it's only 36 seconds. But I love it. And so there's many different ways that we can label the proteins. And our way isn't just the only way either. So I do hydroxy radical based protein labeling, but there's also one that's called hydrogen deuterium exchange, which uses deuterium, which is a form of hydrogen. You can also label based off of you can label actual amino acids. Where is this? Here we go, time lapse. All right, I'm gonna share my screen one more time. I'm gonna try to share the window. There we go. So can you guys see this, the window?
Yeah, it says you started sharing your screen, but not the window. You might want to share your whole screen.
Okay, let me do that one more time. Screen 2, share. Do you see it now?
Okay. Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna rewind. And so basically there's a couple of parts to this. Once you set everything up, right before you are gonna label your protein, you have to add so this goes before. This is me, we use fused silica tubing as our flow system, and you have to burn a clear window out or the laser won't be able to label or break the hydrogen peroxide to then label your protein. And so after you get all that set up, then what you'll do is you'll add the peroxide, mix it up, put it in a syringe, and push it through a flow tube. The laser is going to be firing right in this area here. And as soon as it hits that clear window that you burn in the beginning, that's when your protein is going to get labeled with every flash. And then at the end, where this small piece of silicon tube goes, that's your quench solution. So that's going to stop the hydrogen peroxide. That's going to stop the hydrogen or hydroxyl radicals, because both of those can cause your protein to unfold, change its structure, which will then defeat the purpose of your experiment. So every step that we do here is necessary. And this is just like a brief time lapse of what an experiment looks like. It takes about 30 minutes if I'm doing in vitro. If I'm doing an in-cell experiment, it can take a little bit less because we have an automated system for that. So it's like 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, stop sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry. That's my little dog.
All right, cool beans. Thank you so much, Raquel. That was so insightful. I got to see your lab.
I know you actually haven't seen it before. You've been in the building.
Yes.
Seen it. Yeah, so this is what it's like up
Absolutely.
here.
Thanks for the tour. The tour was great, Rocky.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
And Janaya
All
asked
right.
one last question.
I have a question.
Yes, my job can be dangerous. I can burn my eyeball off with those lasers. So when the lasers are running, you have to wear PPE equipment. So we wear special goggles to prevent the radiation. We also have there's a whole thing with this building. We have flammables, corrosives, liquid nitrogen, which can burn your fingers off. We have the lasers. We have like the tanks of mixed gas that if you inhale can make you dizzy and pass out. But we have a lot of measures in place to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Like since I've been here, there have been no workplace accidents. Most is maybe a cut, but nothing more. And we're super safe here, not just because we want to be, because we have to be. These are very controlled environments.
All right, thank you, Janaya. I'm gonna go ahead. Thank you, Raquel. We have two more presentations, guys. I'm gonna bring up Michelle White and Katrina Dixon. You know what, Katrina, you want me to do the movie first?
Sure, go ahead and
Okay,
play.
I'll play the movie first. Here we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Raquel, there's another question in the chat if you're still on.
Yep. From Our Rich Journey. Today we took over our parents' YouTube channel to tell you guys a little bit more about investing accounts for your children. There are not a lot of investment accounts for children, but one of the very few is a custodial.
Who the frick are you?
Today we're going to be showing you our own personal investing account and how we're investing for financial independence.
Today we're showing what custodial accounts are, how to use them to our own financial.
You should get a life,
We're
kid.
also going to go inside our custodial accounts
Can you
and
guys
show
mute,
how
please?
and what we've invested in our balance. Now notice how we set our own financial independence and not our parents, because they've already achieved financial independence.
Actually, our parents achieved financial independence and retired early at 39, and they share how they did it on this channel. If you haven't been watching, they did it through investing in real estate and the stock market. But today, instead of them sharing their investments, we're sharing our investments. Even though our parents are retired early, we're not investing to retire early. We're investing for financial independence.
In fact, when I get older, I want to be a psychologist so I can study the human mind.
And when I get older, I want to work at Google so I can get some free food and swag. But we think it's important to achieve financial independence because it empowers us. What we do with our financial independence depends on our goals, but the power of financial independence gives us choices no matter what our goals.
So this video is for parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, old friends, and anyone that is interested in opening an investment account for a minor, which is what our parents did. They opened custodial accounts for us, and with these accounts, we began building wealth through the stock market. But before we go any further, let's define what a custodial account is.
So custodial accounts are officially called Uniform Gifts to Minors Act or Uniform Transfers to Minors Act accounts. So custodial accounts are saving accounts and investment accounts at a bank or brokerage firm that an adult controls for a minor, a person under the age of 18 or 21 years, depending on the laws of the state of residence.
These accounts are open in a child's name, but the adult is the custodian. Within these accounts, you can buy investments like stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and even real estate.
Just to be clear, the adults are buying the investments for the children. But even though our parents are pressing the buy button, we are sitting right there with them and totally understand the process. Which is why I consider myself the puppet master.
Okay, so why would you want to open an account for your child?
The question is, why wouldn't you want your children to get a head start in their investment journey?
Well, there are many key benefits to opening a custodial account. Number 1, anyone can open these accounts or contribute on behalf of a child.
Number 2, there are no contribution limits, but amounts above $15,000 per year, $30,000 for a married couple filing jointly, will incur federal gift tax.
Now this is powerful. This means that you can give a child up to $30,000 a year without having to pay taxes. And remember, parents aren't the only ones who can give this money. Aunts, uncles, grandparents, friends, anyone can give it to them.
This is a great way to give your child a head start, especially if they're investing in the stock market. Number 3, these accounts are taxed, but the benefit is that they are taxed according to the child's tax bracket. And since children don't make much money, they usually have a lower tax rate.
Number 4, there is no penalty if money in these accounts is not for college. In other words, we can use this fund for anything. Now let that marinate for a second. You don't just have to use this money for your education. You can let it grow and eventually buy a house or even start a business.
Number 5, we already mentioned this, but we want to emphasize that you can invest in the stock market in these accounts. This is a big benefit when it comes to growing our wealth.
Now I know this all sounds great, but there are some drawbacks to custodial accounts.
Number 1, contributions you make to these accounts are irrevocable, meaning once you contribute the money to the child's custodial account, you cannot take it back. This is because of the assets of the custodial account are owned by the child for whom the account was created. While it is true that the child does not control the account until he or she meets the age requirement, the child is the legal owner from the start of the account. Actually, this is kind of a benefit for the child. There are some exceptions, like if you need the money for the child's welfare. But in general, once you contribute that money, it cannot be withdrawn. It's the child's from that point on.
Number 2, once the child becomes an adult, they can withdraw the money and use it for any purpose. Parents have no control.
In our case, we plan to convert the account to a brokerage account so that we can continue to invest.
Number 3, the money in these accounts will be taken into account when a child applies for the financial aid for college.
Number 4, you can't change beneficiaries.
There are other investment accounts for kids, but they also have a set of drawbacks and benefits. For instance, there are Roth IRAs for kids, but we would need taxable income to contribute to those. But we'll open the Roth IRA as soon as we make taxable income.
The other investment account that most parents open is the 529. Yes, 529 are very popular. A lot of parents open 529s for their kids to pay for college. They are great accounts, but they have a lot of restrictions. For instance, 529 requires the money to be used for educational purposes only, like paying for college. Now, don't get me wrong, we are going to go to college, but we want to use our custodial accounts for more than just education. We want to use it to build our wealth.
Yes, we have bigger dreams after college, so we don't want our money limited to paying for college. For example, we want to invest in real estate, start a business, and we can't do that with a 529, but we can do that with a custodial account.
Now that we've shared with you what a custodial account is, let's tell you how we get our money to invest in them.
Now don't get me wrong, we do work for our money. In fact, we work really hard for our money, and 50% of what we make goes into our custodial account.
So how do we make money? We love to start businesses and have made a good deal of money from our baking business, baking furniture with our dad, and selling slime, candy, or whatever else we can at school. We are always thinking of new businesses to make money, and whenever we get a gift of money from a friend or family member, we always put a little bit of it into our custodial account.
And through our hard work, we have been able to grow our money to over $8,000.
And we're really proud of this. We're going to use this money in the future to continue to grow our wealth.
What are you guys doing?
What are you doing? Video.
Are you guys shooting the custodial account video?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to say something. So, the girls have been talking about their custodial account in this video. A note that we want to make is that the money that they have in their custodial account, it's money that they have earned through their side hustles, a little bit of birthday money, but this is 100% their money. That's the power of the custodial account. The caveat that we want to say is that this is not their college fund money. We don't even want to think we've only saved $8,000 for each one of our kids for college. We have a different video to explain that. But I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you guys for one, shooting this video, and for being able to save that much money at such a young age. The power of investing It's gonna be amazing with you two. I love you. All right, carry on with your video.
Oh, you're not gonna give me a hug? So I want to make a very important point here. If you're thinking about setting up an account for your child, make sure to include them so that they learn about the process of investing.
Exactly, Sana. I always hear older people talking about how they wish that they learned this type of stuff when they were younger. This is a great opportunity to do so for your child. So when you open an account, have your child sitting right next to you. Explain all the details and why you're opening it. Make sure you and your child establish a long-term goal for how they will use the money in the future.
When investing in the stock market, starting with a goal is very important.
But let's get back to custodial accounts and show how easy it is to open an account for a child.
We're going to use Vanguard as an example. Our parents did a video on how to open an account in 10 minutes, and you can check for that video in the description below. But we will show the initial setup in about 30 seconds.
Step 1. Go to your brokerage website. Step 2. Find the Open an Account button, and there it is. Click on it. Step 3. Click the Let's Open an Account. Step 4. Pick how you want to fund the account. In other words, how are you going to get money into the account? Step 5. Click on the college savings or investing for a minor. Another option will come up for UGMA or UTMA for a minor. Click on that. And the rest of the way is just personal information.
In the end, you'll fund the account and start picking out what you want your child to invest in.
And now, we're going to take you guys into our Vanguard account and show you exactly how we invest. We could have purchased individual stocks in the companies we like Disney, Nike, Apple, Google. Get some free food and swag. But why buy 4 or 5 companies when we can own them all, the biggest and the best ones, which also include Apple? So we decided to invest in an index fund. In case you don't know what an index fund is, it is one investment that you can buy, but that one investment buys many other companies. It's one of the best ways to diversify your investments.
The index fund we chose was VFIAX. VFIAX is an index fund that invests in the stocks that make up the S&P 500. So this index fund holds 500 of the largest US companies.
This is our only investment. This is the only investment we need. Instead of buying 5 to 10 stocks, we buy like 500 companies, or actually 5 and 8.
That's right. This index holds over 500 companies. Now, some of you may be wondering, why don't we invest in bonds or CDs? Well, that wouldn't be the most effective way to grow our money in the long run.
Since our investment time horizon is long, because we're so young, we want to be 100% stocks because they offer the greatest growth potential. So that's it. That's how we invest our money long term. And with the recent downturn in stocks, we are continuing to invest, which is helping us buy stocks at a discount.
We hope we shed some light on custodial accounts. Sit down with your child and begin the conversation about building wealth. A custodial account might be the best tool to teach that lesson.
And as our parents often say, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and join the journey.
Thank you, Miss Renee. Again, my name is Katrina Dixon Patterson. I'm the Vice President of the Ivy Investment Club, and we also have our President online, Miss Michelle White. I'm not sure if she wanted to bring greetings before I go into a couple of things that we'll be doing.
Yeah.
I don't hear her, but I will move.
Can you spotlight
forward.
her too, Renee?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Oh, okay.
Or I can move forward for the sake of time. Well, we do have some prizes, so I hope you all paid attention.
That was a cute video.
So I need 2 volunteers. Say that again.
That was a really cute video of the 2 little girls.
Oh, thank you. So the Ivy Investment Club and the partnership we'll be doing with Gold Grinders up and coming is going to be a Kids for Coins program. During that time, we will be talking and working on investing, saving, budgeting and setting goals, savings and investing, and also building credit and avoiding costly debt. So I need 2 volunteers, and in order to win, you do have to participate on camera so I can see your wonderful faces.
Quincy has his hand up.
Do you have a question, Quincy, or you want to participate in the game? I can't hear
Participate.
you. Oh, you want to participate? Okay, I'm assuming that everybody who comes off camera in the next 5 seconds wants to participate in the game. Or I'll say pop quiz instead of game.
Dion and Anaya, are you guys participating? Yes, okay.
All right, so I just have a couple of questions for you all. And this is going to talk about building wealth. True or false? Is someone able to see the first person who raises their hand? True or false? Oh, I see Reagan and Naya and Brandon. All right. True or false? When you have a custodial account, there are no takebacks. True or false?
True.
Who said that?
I did.
Quincy.
I think that's Quincy. Do you
All
want them to
right.
put it in the chat?
No, they can yell out. We can have participation. It won't be that long.
Okay.
So Quincy, you have won $25 from the
Woo-hoo.
Ivy Investment Club. Whoop, whoop. And what are you going to do with that? This is your bonus question.
One thing I'll do with it is let mom put it in my bank account.
Okay. To save, correct?
Yes, saving it.
Okay. All right. And question number 2. Hold on 1 second. Little slide messed up. True or false? Contributions made by the adult or custodian can be taken back by the custodian. True or false?
False.
False.
Ooh, who was
True.
that?
It's false.
That was Anaya.
All right, Anaya, you are the winner of $25. Renee, did you give the other 2 prizes away already?
No, we haven't given prizes yet. So, well, we have one
okay.
from Gigi gave a prize out. This will be your prize. And we have more. So yeah, we're good.
Okay. And you're correct, that is false. This is because the child is the legal owner of the account from the very beginning, even if you are a minor. All right, now this is a participatory question. Are you all ready? This time you're going to have to raise your hand and be called upon. So I'm going to need help from the adults. What is one thing that you learned about from the video? One thing that you learned from the video.
Reagan.
The thing I learned was that the 529 account is not as helpful as the custodial account because it can only be used for educational purposes when children would actually want to use their accounts for different things other than just education.
Okay, you're right. And Reagan, do you have or are you investing currently in any stock?
I am. I'm too.
Okay, please share.
The ones I am investing in, I'm investing in Nokia Corp and Spectrum Pharmaceuticals.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about how they're doing it all or how you got into it?
So my mom signed me up for Spectrum Pharmaceuticals, but I signed up for Nokia Corp. And Spectrum isn't really doing that well because I lost like $20, but Nokia is.
Good. And guess what else? You just won another $25. Congratulations. And thank you for participating.
Thank you.
All right. And the last and final question. What is the name of the upcoming program that the Ivy Investment Club LLC will be doing with Gold Grinders?
Kids for coins. Coins for kids. Kids for coins. Yeah.
Correct. And who was that? Who was that?
Anaya.
Congratulations, Anaya. You have won a total of $50. And what are you going to do with that $50?
Save it.
Okay. And then do what possibly?
Spend it.
Well, hopefully when you get some of these tools, you'll learn how to do some investing to see that grow as well, okay? All right, well, again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Dr. Roz, and also Renee and any other board of directors that's on. I think I saw Olivia. I don't know who else is on, but this has been a pleasure to sit in and listen throughout the workday. I wish you all the best of luck. You all look amazing. Continue to focus, continue to do good. I know that you all have heard from some phenomenal people today and that make a lot of money, but also ensure that you're investing and saving that money once you make those big coins as well, okay?
Thank you, Miss Katrina.
Thank you, Katrina. So
You all
ladies
have a
and
good one.
thank you again. So ladies and gentlemen, if you guys will give us a little bit more of your time, one of our presenters was having some issues earlier. I see that she is on now. So I'm gonna let her present, and after she's done, I'm gonna give away a little bit more money. Is that okay with you guys?
Yay,
Yeah?
money.
Yeah, you
Yep.
guys want money? All right. Well, let's
All
do
right,
it. We'll
do
give
it.
away some more money. All right. Let's see. Miss Pam, there you are. All right.
There she is.
How was that?
Yay, perfect. Yes.
Pammy Pam.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, good. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. I did not have power today. So I just wanted to make sure that I came on and talked to everyone today about careers in PR, public relations. So I'm a publicist. I'm also a publisher of this magazine. I don't know if you all can see this, and also a podcaster. So I wanted to start out and been doing it for a while. So first of all, everyone kind of tell me what they think a publicist does. And then we'll go to publisher and then podcaster. What does a publicist do?
You guys can unmute your mic.
Publish stuff.
A publicist is in the field of public relations. So a publisher publishes stuff, but a publicist is a person that promotes things. So they're a person that promotes things. So think of someone like Drake or Beyonce, right? Someone who talks to the media for them. So if they're ever on like BET or any of the CNN or the news, whoever put them on there is a publicist because they're the go-between the media, which is TV, radio, or print, and the person who is the quote unquote, the celebrity or the spokesperson. So the publicist is the person that matches them in between. So for this person here is Stephanie Mills. This was a client of mine. She's on the cover of Speakers Magazine. So what I do is her publicist make sure that she's on particular publications like this, or she's on the radio, the Breakfast Club, or any of those things like that, where she is actually speaking. She doesn't go directly to them. The publicist is the person that says, okay, I'm going to make sure that you're showing up on these particular outlets. Now, sometimes a person can go directly, but most times the bigger the brand is, or the bigger the celebrity, or even as busy as they will hire a publicist. I've been doing that for about 3 decades or so, but I started out working in newspapers, and I moved into radio. Then I also worked in nonprofits. I also worked with television as well. So I work with a lot of different media outlets so that I know. The main skill that I have, if anybody thinks, what is the main skill that a publicist has to have? Public relations. If they're working in public relations, what is the main skill you think that they have to have?
Public speaking.
Public speaking, that's true. Even before that, too, one of the things that they do a lot of, because you can't really reach everybody on the phone, or you can't really get everybody's attention to hear you. So what do you do if you can't get their attention to hear you?
Speak up.
You got to write. You got to send them a note. You got to send them an email. So you do have to write. So a lot of times the main skill that a publicist has is really journalism. They are a person that does a lot of writing. They write the materials that the media, radio, TV, or print, that they would need in order to, I guess you would say, put the client on the air or put them in the newspaper. So all of this material in here for, say, Stephanie Mills, that's what a publicist would do. They would write the stories, they would design the pictures, they would make sure that the whole taglines and everything's are right. They don't necessarily do the artwork, but they're directing that. They're doing the whole strategy. As a publisher, I have direct control over what goes in here. So I actually hire other writers. And then as a podcaster, what is a podcast? Does anybody know what a podcast does? Anybody listen to podcasts on Spotify or anything like that? You Braden? You have your hand raised. What does a podcaster do?
Podcasts, music, or
Kinda. It's like a talk show. It's just basically a talk show. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just like radio. It's just forever there. It's on a podcast and it comes out pretty on a regular, like every week. So what I'm gonna do is go through like maybe my website to kind of show you visually what a publicist does, a career publicist does. So if we can go, can I share screen, or maybe Renee, you can share screen, pamperrypr.com.
You can share your screen, but let me see. I can do it for you. I think I have do I have your website pulled up? Let me see.
I can share it. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I can share it.
Okay.
All right, so let's go to pamperrypr.com. So if we go to pamperrypr.com, PR stands for public relations. My tagline is, we help you shine online like a superstar. And so people would click this if they were ready for publicity. Pull that over, that first thing up at the top, that red button, right? So a lot of times people come to it and says, I'm not sure. Let me read it a little bit further. So what a publicist does is they help them get insider secrets on how to build their platform. A platform just means like their main thing that they're going to talk about. What is it that they, you know, how when someone is like in a contest like Miss America or something like that, and they always say, well, her platform is, and it's like, well, what is her platform? What is she going to speak on? What will be her platform? Like, it's women's rights or voting rights. What is her platform? What is the main thing that she's really going to talk about? So helping them build their platform so that there's a structure of stories that they're going to share to the media. Then how to pitch the media is really contacting. I have friends that work at different newspapers, different magazines, whether it's working at Essence or Ebony, or if they're working in different television stations, like maybe Black News Channel or Radio One, but I'm pitching them. I'm picking up the phone, or either I'm sending them an email and say, hey, I have someone who would be a really good story for your show, or a really good story for you to write about, or a really good story for you to talk about on your podcast or your radio show. So that's when you're pitching. You have to give them a reason why they're a good story. That's where the publicist kind of helps shape that, and it based on their platform. And then how to promote. A lot of times the people that want publicity, they do want to be known, but sometimes they're a little shy about it. So they'll need media coaching. They'll need that extra push to let them know that you have to be confident. Like someone said earlier, you have to speak up. You have to have the right tools and things like that. So I help people really promote themselves with confidence, not in a braggy way, but in a way to really showcase and shine like exactly who they are to the world, what their message is, what their platform is. So one of the ways that people work with me, I work primarily with speakers and authors. So this particular young man here, he went to Morgan State University. He's a speaker. There he is right there. Brian Olds, he went to Morgan State. So he's one of the people that I work with, this Black Speakers Network. So when people work with me, speakers and authors, either one or two things, they're coming to me saying, hey, I need help with what to focus on. I need help getting media attention, or I need help with
We can't
speaking.
see him.
I'm
Did you
looking
share?
at, no, it was just this right here.
We only see your homepage.
Right.
Oh,
you don't, yeah.
we don't
just
see
this
the guy.
I'm holding him up. Do you see me?
Oh, because you're sharing. Okay. If they have the view set up to see you, guys, set up this side-by-side gallery view on your
Okay.
computer. That way you'll be able to see both the screen that she's sharing as well as her. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So that I was just showing that because he's not on the screen. Too many things on the screen, but I'm just holding him up there.
Okay.
So that's him there. He went to Morgan State University. That's why he likes this blue and it's kind of a gold type of thing, I guess. So yeah, so those are some of the things. So my clients are really featured in these type of outlets, Associated Press, which is really large, Essence, MSNBC, NBC, PBS, Radio One, the Wall Street Journal, that sort of thing. Those are the larger clients. So some of my larger clients are featured in there because they're more of a brand name. So I help people really build a brand so they can get PR. So I'm stop right here. What does the brand mean? If someone says they need to build a brand, what is a brand? What do you think a brand is? What does that mean?
Something that they want to be known by.
Good. Yes. Something what they want to be known by. So if I think about a brand, I'm just going to go with celebrities. So what is a brand that, say, Rihanna is known for? What kind of brand does she
Fenty.
have?
Savage
Yes.
Fenty.
She's established Fenty. And she's also, now she was a quote unquote, just like a singer type of person. She was in entertainment, but now she's a billionaire. She's a businesswoman. She's a brand. People want to be associated with her. So she has built her brand to get more exposure beyond just the realm of just entertainment. So one of the main things that any of this, publicity is a part of marketing. I heard you all talk about marketing earlier today, I think with the gentleman who does voiceovers, but all marketing is really making sure that it leads to sales. So he was talking about how his background was in advertising and marketing. Publicity is part of marketing. Advertising is part of marketing. Marketing is the whole process of how something gets sold. And if you're in business, you're going to want publicity, you're going to want advertising, you're going to want all those different type of things that leads to the customer wanting what you buy. And so publicity is just one of those things that makes people understand who you are so they know what it is that you offer, and then they buy it. So a lot of things, I have different programs that I work with people on, helping them get seen, get heard, get noticed, so they get media exposure, so they get speaking engagements. The other thing too is they have like the branding. I have a branding accelerator program that really helps people build their brand, because a lot of times people say, well, I want to go on USA Today or I want to get an Essence. Well, you have to have really an established brand really first before you really go into those larger outlets. And then the other thing is I help people pull together websites, because you do need a website. You need to be found online. One of the things, the first thing when I work with a client is I ask them to Google themselves. So have you all ever Googled yourself to figure out what your name, what pops up about your name? That's kind of interesting. And I always tell people too that it's never too young to start building a brand, because Google, if you don't build it, Google will build it for you. So everything you put on social media, whether it's Twitter, sometimes it's Facebook, Snapchat, whatever it is, it's building a brand, because you're building your digital footprint. And so if you've ever heard anything like digital footprint, that's really like the main thing, like, oh my God. And why does that matter? Because when people don't know you, all they can know really is about what is said about you. And they look in that from the standpoint of what happens in Google. And so one of the things is that, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on. So one of the things too is that when you have things that people are trying to understand about you, Like if you're applying for a scholarship, applying for college, maybe applying for a job, and you write down what it is that you're about. But what happens is they'll actually Google you. So if things are good in Google, that's a good thing. If things are bad, not so good. So one of the things that a brand, when you're building your brand, you have to be very conscientious about the things that you're putting out there about yourself, because those are the things that will stick. I'll give an example. My daughter was in a running for a reality show. And she was in the reality show. She got 1 call, 2 calls. She's sending her pictures and all of that. And then they says, okay, well, you've got a 3rd interview coming up. And then after that, she would have been on the show, large reality show. And then what they did is they Googled her. They interviewed her. They loved her. They Googled her. It was something that she did in the 8th grade that they found on Google and YouTube by doing a lot of research. And because that thing was something that they didn't want to be, they thought might be controversial, you know, I won't say what it is, but they thought it might be controversial in the 8th grade, right? Now she's like 25 years old and she didn't get the show because of that, something that she did in the 8th grade. She didn't know that, you know, she probably should have took it down, probably shouldn't have said it, whatever it was. But what I'm saying is no matter what it is, our brand starts now. The other thing is the Speakers Magazine. I don't know if you recognize any of these, but these are all speakers and authors, and they speak all around the country. And then the other thing is that I blog a lot. So I blog a lot, and the reason why I blog is that people need to know a little bit more about what it is that I do. 10 tips on how to build your self-confidence so you can manifest your ideal client and collect with confidence. So a lot of my ideal clients like the things that I write. Those are probably not of interest to you, but as a publicist, in order to sell my services, I have to share with people what it is that I do. And then these are some of the testimonials of some of the clients and the things that I do. But when people say, okay, I am ready for publicity, I've gone through your site, that sounds really, really good. So really what I have them do is to watch a video of me. And then they download this system that I created called Ready, Set, Go, Speak. And from there, they kind of decide if they really want to work with me. And then if they do, when they download that document, then they can set an appointment to speak with me. So that's really like the main thing. The main skill that I really use is writing and communicating, public speaking, really sharing out into the world in the media. Hey, Braden, you had your hand up or is that just from last time? Had a question? You can unmute. I see a hand raised. No? Okay. All right. So are there any questions or anything about what a publicist does? Or, you don't always have to be an older person to have a publicist. Someone like a younger person. I remember I did some work with McDonald's and we were doing it with the Ronald McDonald House. And we did an event with Justin Timberlake. And one of the things that he had a publicist. So we were working with him through his publicist to have him do a charity event. And he was young at the time. He was very young. He had a little dog. I remember he had a puppy in his pocket or something. I'm like, this is really strange. But anyway, his publicist was the one that set up the whole charity event for him to really kind of help build his brand as a person that's very likable. So are there any questions or anything? Dominique, Dion, Anaya, Braden, Quincy. Let's see, we go over here. I see you guys in the gallery view. Although Reagan, okay, the cameras aren't on. Blessing. Oh, okay. Someone's name is a Blessing. Any questions or anything about digital brand building? How early should you start building your brand so that people can understand who you are and what you do?
There are no questions.
Okay. All right.
How early should we start?
I think if you are, like I told you, like my daughter was in 8th grade and they dug something up about her during that time. So as early as you can. And so she realized that like about high school, that she really should be more serious about her brand. So she really started adding things to her website, like maybe awards that she was a part of or clubs that she was in, and she was in National Honor Society. She would put that on her she created her own little blog and she would highlight things like that. Things that possibly she was interviewing people that were in careers that she wanted to really emulate. She did that on her blog. She would do things on her Twitter that really showcased who she was as a student, as a scholar student. And by the time she graduated from high school, she won 14 scholarships. So as early as definitely high school, but if you could do it pre-high school would be good as well. So like 13, 14, 15, because that stuff sticks with you for life. It really does. So be very careful what you put online because that affects your brand, that affects your reputation. If people don't get a chance to talk to you, all they can go by is what they Google. And if what they Google is not good, that'll affect whether you're going to get accepted to this school or that school, or get the scholarship and not get the scholarship, get the internship, not get the internship. So the brand does start. Yes. Hi, Anaya.
How can you promote yourself without using social media?
You can promote yourself by joining different clubs and things like that. If you have like maybe a speaking club at school, or you're on the school newspaper, those are really good. School yearbook, those are good. Just being involved in things like that. If you have like a debate team or something like that, that will really be good, because what happens is if you're in that, they'll probably write about you in the school newspaper or maybe even the local newspaper. So those things will be good because that'll be something that will be in your, I guess you would say, if you're written about, it'll be online as well. So joining clubs that have to do with that, or even teams or sports, are good. You see a lot of people who are in sports, they have what they call like a highlight reel of what the things that they do. Football, basketball, whatever, that's really building their brand, but that's really for sports. But if you're not in sports, you just have an interest in certain things, a pre-law club, pre-med club, those are things that build your brand, because you can add that to your resume as you start to build a resume. So it shows your interest in things outside of just going to school, coming home. Even adding something like this, as you're part of this organization, is something that you add to your resume that builds your brand. So anything good, you always say you're going to put that in the coffers. Like, that's really like the good thing. We're going to put all that in there, because when it all comes together, it builds a really good brand. Even stuff you do at church too, that helps as well. Because I did a lot of things in my church. I was organized different things. I was head of different things. So yeah, that's really important. Just being involved. Volunteering is important, very important.
I have a quick question. What got you here? Like, how did you decide you wanted to be in PR?
I always like to write. So journalism was like my main thing. But I would say even in high school, whenever I was involved in an organization or a club, I was always a person that would promote that. And so I didn't know it was called PR at the time, but I always like to promote things. So I would promote them by doing flyers or writing articles, putting them in the newspaper, sharing information, whether it was verbally or written. That was just something that just was natural. I didn't really know what it was until really like maybe my senior year of high school. Like my teacher kind of told me, says, you would be really good in public relations. And, my pastor had said that too, but I didn't even know what that meant. But PR was something that I always liked to do. I didn't know a publicist. I didn't know what a publicist did. So I was like, how can I do that? And so it wasn't until really senior year. And then when I went off to college, I really studied it and said, oh yeah, that is really what I like. And it was really because of the writing and the promoting. Those two together really equal PR. Someone who writes and someone who likes to promote, versus like someone who wants to write as a journalist, just likes to report a story. A publicist likes to write, but they like to promote the story that ends up helping people sell something. A journalist doesn't sell anything. I always like to sell something, like to promote, get people involved, get people to care, get people to be engaged. A journalist has a different chip about that. So marketing was just always something that I liked. Even young, I looked at brands differently. I just always had that. I looked at not necessarily brands like whether something was good or bad, but I would look at logos and just look at the deeper meaning of what logos meant or what taglines meant. This is dating me back, but I remember a long time ago, there was a show called Bewitched. I don't know if anybody remember that.
I love
They did on
Bewitched.
that. So remember Darren was in advertising, right? And I'm
Yes.
always so interested in what he did. I was like, really, that's kind of like what I like to do. So that was just like the start of it, not really knowing, when you're watching different shows, it's like, why do you like certain shows? And then when I looked at it, I says, I always like that because I like that Darren was like a copywriter, right? That was a person that wrote things to sell things, not write things to tell a story, but write things to sell things. So yeah, it's just kind of like weird when you kind of look at the things that line up in your life in terms of what
To
you like.
get you where you are. Yeah, that's so true. We just talked about that with my daughter. Does anyone have any questions? No questions?
I
All
think
right.
you guys are just doing fabulous. You are just involved in this. This is one of the good things to add to your brand. Make sure
Yes,
that you
thank
do
you.
say that.
So Pam, before you leave us, we heard from the Ivy Foundation, I'm sorry, the Ivy Investment Club, who's one of our sponsors, and we're part of an organization that is also raising money on behalf of Goal Grinders. Could you give us a 30-second publicist view of BDS, please?
Okay, a BDS. Okay, so the
Yes.
BDS organization is really an organization that helps women, Black women, open doors for each other. So I always say people are like one connection to where they really need to be. They just don't know the right people. It's not necessarily what you know, but who you know. And who you know is really the most important thing. So our organization really helps women who are really goal-oriented, ambitious women get to the next level by really collaborating to connect them to people who we know so that can open doors of opportunity for them. And so that's what we're all in Black Door Society. And it's not that we're not against anybody. We're just pro ourselves. We're pro Black women. We're not against anyone. We're just pro. And so I think that one of the things when we're involved together, there's strength in numbers. And so the people that I know, part of my network can help Renee, people in Renee's network can help Roz. All of us coming together can be really, really strong. And that's one of the things that Black Door Society does. And so we're what we call a sisterhood in terms of that, really making sure that we leverage opportunities for one another in opening doors. If it's not
Thank
a
you so
door, then
much.
it could be a window.
That was great.
Absolutely, right?
That was such a beautiful way to sum that up, Pammy Pam. I loved it.
Roz, I'm glad that I have this recorded because we can use this.
Exactly.
People are like, what's BDS? Perfect.
That's exactly what Pam
Perfect.
said.
Right. We're going to put that on our website.
There we go. And that's part of the brand too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I want to thank you so much. Thank you for being flexible with being able to come back at the end of the
I'm
day.
glad
I really
could.
appreciate it. So
Thank
ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our speakers for the day. I want to thank everyone. And we have money to give away. You guys,
Yes,
y'all want
let's
some
go get
money?
some money.
Y'all want money? All right, let's go win some money then. So I've been taking a couple questions. Is Janaya, are you on here?
She was.
Janaya did a Kahoot game. I don't know. I couldn't log in and get to it. Janaya, can you get to the Kahoot? But if not, I've got questions. So while she figures all of that out, we're going to give away a little bit of money here. All right. So
I can get into the Kahoot, but it says three people can only join because we're not upgraded. It's just a regular account.
Right, but you can still play it, and then yeah, I don't understand that because we play all the time on.
I don't know what's going on, but when I try to play it, it says only 3 people are allowed to join, peoples.
I don't know. We'll check. We'll figure it out, and we'll use it for the next thing. All right. So I've got some questions here. I've got 10 questions. The person who gets the most questions right, I think I'm going to up the ante. We'll give you $50.
You want them to answer in the chat?
If you put your view on, can we do what view do we want to do?
Gallery.
Maybe gallery view, or yell out your name. Don't yell the answer out. Yell out your name, and we will grab your name, and then you can tell us the answer. Does that work? So, okay. So you guys will have to unmute yourselves.
All right, y'all, let's get this money, honey.
Yes,
Get
let's
it.
get this money.
That's my favorite part of the summit.
Yes. Hold on. All right. First question. What is the name of the seasoning McCormick, Miss Aaliyah, and Tabitha Brown created? Raise your hand.
Zaria.
Who yelled out their name?
Zaria.
Zaria.
All right, Zaria, type it in the chat. All right, Ross, can you keep track for me of who's winning what?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank
Hold on,
you.
let me get something to write with real quick.
All right, so Zaria has
correct. Zaria, drop your cash out, babe.
Yep. All right. Second question. What type of business did Patrice McKenzie's grandmother have in her home?
Dominic.
Dominic, okay.
Dominic.
Type it in the chat. Yes, a daycare. Good job.
How
All
much
right.
is he getting? Is everyone getting 50?
No. It'll be the person who answers the most correct.
Oh, who answers the
Gets
most
50.
correct.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Number 3. What grade was Miss Bree in when she wrote her first line of code?
Zaria.
Oh,
Zaria.
Zaria.
Okay,
Okay.
go Zaria.
Type it in the chat.
That is correct, Zaria.
That is correct. All right. All right. This is a multiple choice. What did Brianna talk about? A, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Oh, wait. Hold on. All right, here we go. A, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and network infrastructure. B, machine intelligence, artificial learning, and web cybersecurity. C, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and web development. Or D, I'm not done. Or D, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and web accessibility. Yell your name out.
Mishka. Yeah.
Okay. I heard Mishka first.
What? It's C.
You said C?
Yes.
Okay, type C in the chat. Who was after her?
Zaria.
Anaya, type your answer in the chat. Zaria, type your answer in the chat. Okay. Zaria and Anaya are correct. It was D, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and web accessibility. Good job. Y'all are some good listeners. All right. Mr. David Barney, what did he major in college?
That was the voiceover guy.
Mm-hmm.
Anaya, I think.
Okay, type it in the chat. And type it to everyone, not just me. No. That's not correct. Anybody else?
Zaria.
Type it in the chat, Zaria.
Type it in the chat.
Did you type it in the chat, Zaria? We don't see it yet.
You got to pick one. Voice psychology? No, that's not right.
No, that's not correct.
Not correct. Okay. Anyone else? No? All right. It was marketing and communications. So we'll give you half a point. Sorry. All right. So Mr. Barney said that as part of being a voiceover coach, there's another field that you really have to be good at, even though people can't see you. And Dr. Roz and I have talked about, we've taken a class before that is this field. So he does something that you can't see. This is something that people see you doing.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What else did Mr. Barney talk about you have to be good at, even though people can't see you, they only hear you? It's another type of career.
Zaria.
Okay, type it in the chat. Yes, acting. Good job. All right, next question. This is number 7. What is the family name of Some New Marketing?
Mishka.
Okay, type it in the chat. No, what is the family name? So that's their business name, Some New. But she talked about how the name was created from their family name. What was their family name?
Zaria.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, Newsome. Good job. Good job. All right, question number 8. What type of videos did Cami start doing when she first started to become an influencer? What type of videos
Zaria.
was she? Okay, post it in the chat.
Zaria's like, I'm gonna win this money.
Right. Oh.
Did she post it? It's not coming
No.
up on the end.
Not yet.
Okay.
Those weren't the first ones. What was the first one she started doing?
Hair tutorials.
That's
Who was
right.
that?
Who was that? Was that Dion?
That was my cousin. Yeah.
Yep, that's
Oh,
correct.
that
Hair
was right,
tutorials.
Dion.
Yep. We'll give that to Anaya and Dion.
All right, way to get in the game, Dion.
Yeah, right. All
She's like,
right.
all that hair she had on her head, it was the hair. The hair tutorials.
All right. What school did Miss Gigi obtain her master's from? And I'm gonna give y'all Miss Gigi, Miss Raquel, and Miss Renee all obtained, I'm sorry, their bachelor's degree from this same school.
Zaria.
Okay.
Put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat. Yes, Morgan State University. Good job. Shout out to a HBCU. All right, I'm gonna throw y'all a bonus to see if some people were really listening. We're gonna give $100 for this one answer. This one answer gets $100.
Okay, y'all come through.
What school did Miss Gigi get her master's degree from? She just got her master's degree last semester. What school did she say she got her master's degree from?
Anaya?
Go ahead, type it in the chat.
Type it in chat, Anaya. They're conferring.
They're conferring, right? No. All right. So I'm gonna drop it down to $50 since no one got it.
Somebody got it.
Oh, yes. Well, close. Are you sure it's self? It's not self, but she's close. Not self-defensive university. No. All right. So the money's dropping down to $50, but I'll give y'all a phone a friend. Miss Renee also got her master's degree from the same university. If y'all are smart, y'all will Google me. see if you can figure it out.
Christiana?
Okay, Christiana.
Go ahead, Christiana. Type it in the chat.
I thought I heard Mishka too, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Type it in the chat. Let's see. $50 is on the line. Christiana got it. Yes. Christiana gets $50. National Defense University. Very close. National Defense University. All right. Last question. What is the name of Raquel Short? So Raquel, the name of her lab, and it's her professor's name.
Zaria.
Go ahead, Zaria. Yes. Good job.
Good job.
Good job. Great job.
Maybe Zaria can get that $100 that you was gonna give away.
She might by the time we add it all up, right? All right. So that is all the money I have to give away today, ladies and gentlemen. I completely appreciate you guys. If you guys are on Instagram or Facebook, make sure you go follow at Gold Grinders Inc. Let me see who we got on the phone. Miss Renee is I am Renee Butler on Instagram. Dr. Roz is Dr. Roz Aker Black.
I'll put it in.
Oh, perfect. You put everyone's in there. Miss Olivia Butler.
Zaria won, by the way.
Oh, I already knew that. Yeah. She had answered so many. So we've got Zaria for $50. We've got is it Christina? Christina, right?
It's Christiana.
Oh, Christiana. Very pretty. Christiana is $50. We've got two $25. We got Reagan at 25. We've got Anaya. Reagan, 25. Anaya, what you want $50 for? I don't even remember.
We got 50. We got 50 from one of the questions. I forgot, but I just.
Okay, and then we have
Oh yeah, from the coins for kids.
Oh, okay, that's right. And then we have, where'd he go? He was the first person on today.
Oh,
let me look in the chat. Give me 1 second. Quincy Watson. Yeah, Quincy Watson. I was going to give him $25 for being the first person to sign in today. All right. Let me just get his name down real quick. Quincy Watson. I'll look him up and get his Cash App. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have Cash App, can you please
drop it in there?
Drop it in there, please.
You can screenshot that, right, Miss Renee? The chat.
Yeah, I can.
Cousin is getting her.
Anaya, you said you want my information, sweetie?
My cousin's getting hers because I'm not in Seattle right now.
Okay.
Thanks, Libby. I couldn't remember what she said yours was, so thank you for putting it in there.
Yes, Zaria. All right, how about I do this? I need Christiana, Reagan, and Anaya. Anaya, I think I have your mom's information from other summits you've attended. Let me look real quick.
Okay, because I just gave you my cousin's.
Oh, you did? Okay, I can use that one. It's up to you guys. That's perfectly fine.
No, we could just use no.
Okay. Golden braid. So let me send you yours real quick. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna stop recording now. You guys can stay on.